even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are worth
There we
your
go.
attention.
All right.
This is the New Game Plus
I
Game
skipped a
Showcase.
bunch of the yapping.
Also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name of it?
New Game Plus shows the showcase.
Okay, well, we already have
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
cringe humor, so that's good.
Sick name.
The cups are done, dude.
We might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it up.
All right.
Cheers.
Perfect.
They're just in somebody's living room. Okay, so this is the first time that they've had this.
All right, guys, so first up, we have 3 awesome games.
This is
We
the
have
first
Blind
time they've
Descent
done one of
coming
these.
From Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Dawnwalker creative director.
That's some pretty crunchy 1080p. How long's the show expected to be? They said like 3 hours. But it's all just gonna be game previews. I do not have the current YouTube chat popped out for myself, so I have it on the screen properly, but let me just navigate so I can read YouTube chat for everybody that had to manually click in because YouTube did not send it over. Okay, I don't understand anything that's gonna happen in the game because of that. Okay. Torch, crude sword. Boiled cassava root. I see YouTube chat. I see YouTube chat. Okay. All right. I have this wish listed. Old school Skyrim, okay. A fuse box, yeah. Does Skyrim have fuse boxes? I feel like because of how bouncy it is, I wouldn't be able to play this game. It's a dungeon cooking game? Really? Interesting. Man, I wish if they can turn off head bob, I might be able to do it. Blood of the Dawnwalker. Oh, is this vampires? It better be vampires. Where was the cooking? Oh, okay, yeah, this is vampires. Oh, you're a fancy vampire.
A Dawnwalker is like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you have underwent a transformation. You used to be human. And now, during the nighttime,
Are they
you
masquerading?
Get all the
They might be.
powers and
Here, I'm gonna see if the Twitch
difficulties
side
of
one-
being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant, and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like weird, eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human. Brancis and his clique of vampires actually caught him
There is a streamer called New Game Plus
specific traits of vampiric blood
on Twitch. That is not the official. The New Game Plus showcase is not the same person. It is
a bloodsucker as your lord.
But he's just taking.
However, if the alternative is getting sick and dying in thousands, iconography shown in horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort.
That's kind of gross. I hope he didn't
change
change his name over.
Himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues.
Okay, the Twitch VOD quality is higher.
Iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example.
There we go.
And in the castle and so on. And these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally
There we go.
speaking, one of the things we wanted to achieve
Is this the same amount of
in
crunch?
this
It might be
game
the same
is
amount
to
of crunch.
have Francis being this active antagonist. You know, in a lot of games, the antagonists
something
are out
between a
there to be
vampire and a human.
defeated,
Never heard of
but
that
generally
before. I
speaking, you have
know,
free reign.
wild.
You do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you. In this game, what we wanted to do is to have Francis react to your actions. As
Okay, the
you,
Twitch stream looks
complete
like it's
different
a little
activities
bit
throughout
less
the valley,
crunchy.
as you maybe undermine his operations. And
If they
so
have
on.
ads
Kinda
playing
like
during
his
this,
seal of
though,
approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically, the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine
No,
Francis,
not a
you will
Dom
gain
tier,
notoriety. The more
a
notorious
Dawn
you are,
Walker,
the more
guys.
edicts Francis will pass in order to thwart you. So,
Oh.
for example, he might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right? He might, in some extreme cases, maybe even
Oh, like
initiate
Blade,
a lockdown
yeah.
of the city to basically hamper
Actual
your ways
gameplay,
of
though.
traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and change the
Why is he
general
blurring out his
open world
cat tree?
gameplay.
Show us the baby.
It
I
also
think
has
he's
benefits.
blurring that
There are
because
factions
he's
in the valley that dislike
that was
Francis,
recorded from
so the
his
more
home, and I think
notoriety
that
you gain,
probably
you know, the better standing
shows
with
the
them
view
you get,
from where
like,
he
they
lives.
actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have
Have a good
added
day. See
these
ya,
systems
Jess.
where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire. If he
Happy
was
birthday,
hungry,
baby.
you might kill off some important NPCs, and then the plot
Dawn
line just
Walker,
cuts
yeah,
off,
not a Day
basically,
Walker,
or you
a
get
Dawn
some
Walker.
alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen.
Yeah,
and
ignore
decide
those
to
side
attack
plot
the
lines.
castle on
Do
your
what you
own,
want.
right?
Out of curiosity,
Geoguessers have me paranoid.
is there
Yeah.
romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We
Oh.
have romance options, yes.
You can romance in the
we
game.
didn't delve deep into like with whom yet.
Okay.
And I'll leave that for the future to talk about.
Mm-hmm.
However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is
Are any of
like,
them
one
broken
main
men?
goal,
I don't
very
know.
Varying
So
ways to
far, it
get
looks
to
like the main
These
character
different
you
ways
play
that you pick will impact
is a
know, what
dude.
happens with Veil Sangora in the
So,
end.
like-
And it's all up to you. And I think I really recommend experimenting with this stuff and having fun with it.
First one,
A
blind
fixed
Descent,
protagonist,
Martian,
yeah.
survival, co-op, adventure.
Gives me Subnautica vibes.
Blind
Now, in the best way possible. I really like it, but like more with land exploration, which is really cool. I honestly can't wait to try it.
We're also going to see a lot of survival games today. So I think it all comes down to
Oh,
what the
good,
ultimate depth of
survival
the game
games.
is. But I also,
Oh,
my
I
first
think-
thought when I saw Martian land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously like maybe a reach
I'll
for
put it back, don't worry.
expectation-wise, and then definitely a
There,
tall
they have a
task.
QR
but
code.
When I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky.
Like you said, a lot of
For
survival
like
games.
the information of the
but I
games,
think
and
it's
unfortunately, it
popular
is right
now,
under where my big head
and
is.
I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right, but this is like going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and
Twitch.
aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now because people like them. And so they share a lot of things mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe. And this one has a vibe.
Yeah,
They can
it's a
say
good
the name
vibe.
of games
That's
to
what I'm
compare
wondering
things
how
to.
that gameplay
Yeah,
loop
because
goes.
it's
Like how far
indie,
down
right?
can you go?
So
What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see like a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, like again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm like
At that point,
I'm the target. I'm the target audience.
Then we have Deep Dish Dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon.
Why is
You
everything
got
on the
resources
lower
cooked
right-hand
to strengthen
side?
your party. You can
Do I
party
need
up
to?
with friends.
Do I need to go over
I'm
chat?
excited for it.
speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. Like, I don't know what
I might have
you'd
to be
call
over
that
here,
art
guys.
style,
I'm sorry.
but whatever it is, like injected into my
Kind of retro,
veins.
right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have like, some voxel type tech
I'm sorry.
for digging and breaking things. I don't know, whatever it is.
Hey guys,
Voxel
can I sit over here with you
so
guys?
when
Is
Luke
that
said
okay?
voxel, that's big word count number one of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old like Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel. view.
This is
I will be
an
honest with
this
you
is
guys,
a
while
very
you guys are talking about pixels,
American
I'm thinking, I hope I can
showcase.
kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure, we'll go with the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, "Hey, how do I kill those I'm with?"
This is a
I mean, I have to
very
imagine it's a dungeon crawling game
American,
about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you
know?
think
Like,
you can get like bad ingredients on purpose to murder your?
I bet you.
Oh my God.
I bet you're
people
gonna
are wondering what
fire
I mean
out.
by that. Do you
I
see
wonder though, with it being
the
like,
shoes
in
on the
dungeons,
carpet?
like if they're gonna have an in-game proximity chat kind of thing.
I hope
It's one of my favorite things in games like this when you're like walking through and you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
The
Like,
Lethal
there's a
Company,
scuff
where they're like,
next to this guy's
yeah,
shoe
yeah,
right
yeah.
here.
Screaming.
Friends, for sure.
Yeah,
Like-
Me and Jake gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there? There.
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
I'm dishing. Making
Can you
dinner.
bring the carrot?
What are you making?
It's a stage, surely. No, this is somebody's house.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising.
You don't think it's a
Like
studio?
somebody with Dawn
No.
Walker, Lua had a crazy conversation with her
But they
creative director.
but they got their shoes on the
Single
carpet
player,
there.
Vampire RPG. It looks incredible. I think the 30-day system
Also,
is
the-
awesome. and
the
like you
two
said, gives
guys
weight
on
to
the right.
things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really
I
interesting
feel
about
like-
the game is that
I
Conan
feel like they
protagonist
should
is
have
half vampire, half man.
cropped it in a
And
look like this
even
view is
though, like,
great.
all of that sounds great.
This
by
view is
itself,
great.
There's even another
Okay.
layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime.
This
His
view's
combat's
not.
different. He's not using a sword. He's using claws. And then in the
This
daytime,
view's
of
bad.
course, there's NPCs walking
Because
around, and there's
I am being
maybe patrols
exposed
going
to
around,
basic
that aren't
white
there at
Nike
night, and there's
socks
different ones at night.
that
So
are pulled
they
up
should-
Use magic as
mid-shin.
human. You can use magic as a vampire.
Yes, and basically what they're trying to do is to not just have the time be an element of certain
Table too
actions
small.
to take it forward,
Table
but
too
also
small. I feel like they
whether
should have
you're playing
gotten
in
like
day
a
or
larger
night,
table that
quests
had
might
some
play
like
out completely
blocking.
differently, 'cause
Maybe
people are in
have
different
the New
spots,
Game
their behaviors are different,
Showcase,
this person may
New
be
Game Plus
asleep, so you
Showcase
can't talk to
banner
them,
on
get
it
somebody
so that we're
else
not
there.
looking at their feet.
Exactly.
Well, The Witcher 3 is my personal favorite game of all
Imagine if
time.
they wore sandals
so,
with socks
and
on.
This is
I think
former Witcher
the-
3 developers working
the
on this,
pulled
and so
up
much of that
basic white
charm was
socks are bad
prevalent
enough.
there.
The music.
But
The
the
music, just
main
that
guy in the middle
soundtrack,
who's
and the
talking.
short little snippet we saw there, I felt it.
I love that
You
simple
need to see
separation
his shoe-
between day and
What?
night and different things coming with your character.
That's
That-
got to be like the coolest
What
part of it.
Yeah,
is
'cause it's
he
gotta
wearing?
Probably tailored to your gameplay of like, I gotta
What
wait
are
to make
those?
this choice during the nighttime versus during the daytime where I can use certain abilities or
He's got
different combat styles. I love
camo
that part of it.
And
pants.
so I could foresee a run through,
And
like
then
a,
Yee
play
Yee.
style where you're playing
Cowboy
only at
looking.
night for missions. You're just doing stealthy vampire stuff, and you're eating people or you're drinking blood rather than
Camo
not eating
pants
people.
and
I
dress
don't know.
shoes. Yeah, the dress shoes
But
would be
whatever,
really
I want a
nice
dark
if he
run
did
through
it.
versus, like, the light
If he
run
wasn't
through in
wearing-
the daytime, the vegan run through.
The most tired camo pants I've ever
Spin
seen.
run, Don Walker.
Yeah, vegan achievement.
Sponsored by Beyond Meat. The fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brinsis the Overlord.
Okay, this is
also
more.
a system.
This has
He
been
really
more
talks a lot
yapping than the
about
Game
systems
Awards,
that they have
guys.
not spoke
Guys,
on yet
guys,
at all, and
come
didn't
on,
discuss either.
Like
game.
the edicts. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side with different people, and depending on what you do, you can make the
I wear black, white, gray camo pants blouse into my Doc
Francis
Martens.
quite
Those
upset.
are Doc
So he
Martens.
can
Doc
start
Martens
making
have a
laws and
completely
rules
additional
to stop you from progressing in a certain
like
way.
fashion
That's like the
subgenres
Princess
for Doc
as
Martens.
an
Doc Martens
antagonist
are
is
meant
not
for
just,
like
pure evil, doing all
Fun
sorts of
stuff like
horrible
that,
stuff.
okay?
Like he is helping the people in some ways in order to get control of them, but he's like curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
Perspective and
I don't know.
never a clear cut, good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's
It's
like
one
you
of
could
the
stop it,
charms.
like his influence in an area. That means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the thing? That
I can
you're
sort of
trying to stop
respect
him
the.
to
I can
do,
respect the
or-
attempt to make
And
more of
it's
a
also about
discussion, but since it's a game that's not out
These
yet,
people were ruled
so
by
we don't
a
have enough
tyrannical
information on the
leader
game
before.
yet.
So even though Brent is a vampire to them, he
Maybe
may as
it's
well
worth it.
be a savior, right?
All right, new games. All right, here we
For the
go.
next section, we have three, again.
It is
I'm
their
gonna have to
first
not
time.
say incredible games
So
every
this is
single
more
time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back
constructive
from Player
feedback.
Unknown, Beautiful Light from Deep Worlds, and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
Speculative padding. Yeah. I feel like if you're going to have a discussion like that, you need to have
generator with
more
some game loops on top
on
of
the
it.
screen for
so
that.
you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower.
I guess they don't have many trailers. I'm trying to pad out the runtime. No, they should have. They said they have more than 40 games that they're going to be showcasing.
Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world, and free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like, we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone. So I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you with just a link, right? So it's kind of, Go Way Back is just, it's a technological experiment that, or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works. But it's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just, I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower.
Okay, so it's a race.
First, because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that, as long as you can share the seed with people. I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for
I feel like
where you have 16 streamers,
Survivor
and see
Racer,
how long they can survive in objective survival mode, right? Or
I feel like they need to lead with that.
Or we can set up the weather just to get progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's
like,
a weather tower on top of one of the higher points on
having,
the map. It's generally the other side of the
having
map.
The game
we
objective
have prompts now that tell you what to do
first,
in the world.
I feel like would have been
simple survival mechanics. Keep yourself warm, keep yourself dry, light fires,
helpful.
board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature.
It's not multiplayer though.
And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in
they
the world.
Said you could play with 4 friends.
Position, you're left for basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content, that the worlds
I don't think they're Issaquah just
like
using it as an example.
And real enough that it makes sense. Like, I want to have pathing. I want to have like infrastructure, like telephone lines.
Async, you play with the same seed.
So the cabins aren't just random cabins in the forest. That there seems to be some, like, you know, logical placement of stuff in the world. And once we have those in, then we can more easily go, well, okay, you need to connect all the substations to bring power to the weather tower so you can get a message or go and do
single player. You can play the same
right
map.
Now,
so
there's a bunch of cabins and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible.
So this is a tech demo.
And it's more like
it's a playable tech demo.
It's an example of what you can do with the engine, and it'll be open
source. It's an engine demo. That is cool.
You can do whatever you want. So
I need that kind of to be
space, like an internet in 3D. I don't see anyone working towards that.
This is the same criticism that I've had for like other game showcases and stuff.
Scale terrain with millions of people.
You kind of need to elevator pitch,
and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games.
What the game is or what you're presenting before you start to get into the nitty-gritty details, because otherwise I'm not going to be paying attention to what you're saying.
We will build maybe an Earth scale terrain, maybe
if I don't have context for it,
with hopefully a network layer that supports millions of people. That will be
that's the important bit, right?
Civilization MMO type
no,
game.
Leon, there's no like buy-ins for this.
Like, I want you to be able to just
it's a sponsor-free game showcase,
because you should be able to, like, I think if you want to interact with the world, there should be a layer of
he seems very intent on the scale. Well, it's a tech demo, right?
In order to kind of leave your impression on the world.
So it's not the focus on this isn't like the gameplay itself. It's not a game. This is a playable tech demo showing an engine that they're building that they're going to use in a future thing, which is very cool. But they should have led with that, because that's what makes it cool. That's what it is. That was, to summarize, it's a toy box. It's a $20 toy box that's showcasing an engine that they're building for their next game to show the scale and the variety and the integrations of it to build your own sandbox. Ain't paying for something advertised as a tech demo? That's fine. If it's interesting, I'll pay for it. Sir, my camera's supposed to stay right side up. Matt, what gun is that? 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 Matt required sleep? What the heck? Oh, Matt's here. Matt, what gun is that? Wait, can you play as the monster? Why can you play as the monster? I want to be the monster. Ah! Oh no! He was waiting for the helicopter. That's so messed up. Enter secure extract. Okay, it's an okay, it's an extraction shooter. But you can be the monster?
In a world where pixels were once only 2D, now they're 3D. Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev.
He's funny! Funny man!
Pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock. This video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed.
Human-made!
By me and artists like me because we love what we do.
Light and shadow detection. Oh, that's cool. Oh, different tippy taps? Okay. Bows and arrows. Goated. Looks like an alpha. It does say in the bottom right-hand side that this is in-game alpha prototype footage.
I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadowglass is going to be 3D.
Spatial
and not
audio.
just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the
Previous
space,
one basically the spawn is ooh, dynamic
you can hear the character
reverb.
of the sounds change.
Spawn as teams with pre-made loadouts. You're trying to complete objectives, get to final objective, and then extract with it while fighting other teams trying to do the same thing. You and people that die can respawn as monsters.
And if we go around the wall,
That's fun.
we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear.
Ray traced audio reflections. I would immediately die to be a monster. Yeah, same. I would just like, hey guys, jump off a cliff. Yippee, monster time.
Actually launched the Shadowglass Discord today, so if you have any
you can go to
suggestions or just want to follow along, feel free to wishlist Project Shadowglass on Steam. I hope you enjoyed
Hot take, but I don't want to be a monster. Well, too late,
Thank you
Swim.
so much, all the crew at New Game Plus for having me. Be well, my friends.
He seems very nice and funny.
To start with, Prologue, go way back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking, it's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it to that point.
This
so if you guys
should
don't know
have
Brendan
been
Green,
said
he not only was behind the Battle
before
Royale mode of H1Z1,
you played
which
the
we talked a
trailer.
long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together. which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival game.
Single-player survival game.
Like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're gonna be branching out in this game.
Oh,
for the
I am
next
done
few
with
years
survival
until they
stuff.
have
Like,
multiplayer, until they have
I'm not the
weapons,
biggest
and they
fan of
have,
survival games.
PvE and
I'm
animals
already
to fight
trying to
against,
survive
but it's
IRL.
also part of a
Like,
much
Also,
bigger
story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story to the
he
world.
wants to make Ready
Yes.
Player One.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy to
What's so
think
funny
about.
about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together on like a gigantic map, but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars.
No one's done that yet. Next game we talked about was Beautiful Light by Deep Worlds. As I say, that's a PvPvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads, and there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm gonna be scared.
Yeah, it looks very scary.
I
No,
need
appreciate that
somebody
it was
during
very
the break
immersive. Like he had
to,
the
like,
sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over
turn
there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big
his
words, I actually
chain
looked up what that's
around.
called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic. Write that one down. Write that one
Thinking
down.
of that word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. There's no UI popping up being like, oh,
What if it's
incoming.
intentional?
It's just no.
UI that's
you're
part of
in
the game
moment,
world.
You're in the game. Listen around
Oh,
you, look at the
like
thing
Dead
on
Space.
the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as a monster,
Yeah.
or as
really?
You can play both.
or as the soldier. Is there controller support?
No.
don't
You
know.
show all the imagery and trailer visuals
Duality,
first,
she
so the
just
viewer
threw up
can
her
guess and
mouth.
dismiss the project first before
I have
hearing their
nothing against
thoughts
controllers,
are
but
confirmed,
I believe
and thus
there's
the game
a
is
right time
forgettable,
for
or they can be
mouse
wrong and
keyboard
sour the
and a
viewer's
right time for
opinions.
keyboard. And he
Oh.
believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better. The mouse and keyboard is better for that.
You know what else
But
really
not for
bothers
him.
me?
I would edit my own YouTube videos with a controller. if
Yeah,
I
he
could.
said that
That's
earlier
how,
on.
That's how passionate.
Which
What are we
is
talking
a
about,
patently
guys?
insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadow Glass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
None of
This is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen it. I think it went viral from
The girl is the only one that
AI post.
actually
There was
looks
like an AI
like
post that looked just like it, and then he was like, "I'm making a game
she's
like this." It's
trying
not
to be
AI.
camera
I looked up
presentable.
the video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip of the AI generated art went viral, he saw it and thought like, I didn't think anybody wanted this. I was just like, it was a fun side project. And then he saw people wanted it and thought it looked awesome, and he put it out, but it's real.
Well, we talked about it earlier. There's a desire for stuff like that.
Yeah.
More simplicity, kind of retro feel.
Like he's got
It feels like
he's got
the
hair
game is
on his
still,
collar
like,
of his shirt.
learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music, and as like they have a bow and an arrow, and hopefully as they work on the project, they start feeling what it will grow to be. What
How do
kind
you
of
see
game
that?
It will develop itself into.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just Project Shadow Glass, and it's going to eventually
I have
become
a
like
critical
a video game.
eye.
But right now, it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the crazy math
Who are these
behind
people?
it works, and like
They're
it can grow to a game. but it's
content
certainly very
creators.
Well, I wish him nothing but success.
Yeah, he seems like a
because it seems like I
awesome
just
dude.
love a good passion project. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
And I feel like I initially, like everyone else,
Also,
when I watched the bio,
like-
I got attached to that same artwork, but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of
Some-
a game with
some
that
stage
artwork or that
makeup.
design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean.
just to
in there,
reduce
and you-
Oh yeah, that
and
threw me off.
the
little
shine
bow. I was
a little
is that a
bit.
Rainbow Six
You threw that,
Siege?
you threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall.
I'm more
grapple,
concerned about
and
the
then with
unironed
the
shirt
whole
collar.
audio design
I-
as well. I mean, I'm deaf.
I
in my
remember
left
seeing
ear.
that clip that went viral. I remember seeing it. I was like, wow, that looks incredible. Like walking up to the castle. And
This
You
section
guys,
we have.
I'm gonna
what I
start
would
my
consider
own
kind of
indie game
sci-fi games,
showcase.
a little bit, but we have Aphelion from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well as the Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with the Expanse,
Are
super
you
exciting,
sure?
And also Distant Shores.
I would need to
Britain.
have like showcase videos and stuff. That's the only difficult thing. I would. It's a lot of work though. Why is she sitting on a pillow? All of them are sitting on pillows.
My name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Aphelion, the video game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods, and they are working on a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and
Who is Talal?
to meet the team.
I'm assuming that's one of the people that's working on the game.
Understand
but
how the music would be.
This would be a very interesting segment if we knew what the game was.
With separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that. The log line is the story, both of them. So there is a theme.
What log line?
Emotional relationship.
What story?
And then the frozen aspect of the music.
Why is the music frozen?
For me, it was very important first to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice. It's an instrument that had been invented by the Bachet brothers in the mid-20th century. For me, it looks like an alien instrument.
This is very cool.
You cannot even predict that it's
This is very cool.
Instrument. To play the instrument, you need to get your hands in water and then rub.
Like these types of musical instruments are insanely cool. That you have to use. You have to have water on your hands in order to like play the sound off of it. But this would be a great secondary video if you could have shown like the story trailer and then have the interview with the music guy.
This magical sense of in the score.
Like this is very cool. What is the game? Aphelion is a cinematic third-person action-adventure set on the planet Persephone, an uncharted frozen world. Stranded and isolated, you must survive the truly unknown and find each other and complete the mission. Traverse stunning alien landscapes, avoid lurking threats, and discover the haunting secrets buried beneath the ice. By 2060, Earth will be uninhabitable. The discovery of a ninth planet, Persephone, at the edge of the solar system, is humanity's best hope. The European Space Agency is dispatching the Hope 01 scientific mission, consisting of 2 of their accomplished astronauts, Ariane and Thomas. Their mission to survey the planet and determine whether humanity can prosper anew here.
Could give this majestuous feeling to the score.
I do love naming the new planet Persephone. I do too.
I'm so happy to write the music for Aphelion. It's the first time for me to write a video game score, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
You're only going to send 2 people to survey an entire planet? I'm supposing that they have multiple missions that are going out for survey, so you can't necessarily have... it's hard to have enough qualified people to do that many surveys. This dude is clearly passionate about his work, and it's a shame to show... Yeah, this is, like... It would have been great if there would have been some kind of synopsis about what the game is before they talk. The music is really cool. Like, that's very interesting. Isn't The Expanse a TV show?
Discussions at early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, he might want to be
still
hacker,
aren't
maybe
getting
something else. As we designed those play styles,
what
we thought
type of game it is.
How to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we shown in the announcement trailer, even if he is a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits.
This is indie? I don't think this one's indie.
Playstyle. He might want.
They said a bunch of indie games,
see
but
how it works. And so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So
distinct lack of introductions to these games besides showing us is the title of the game.
That kind of gently guides you towards the.
I'm just gonna yoink
your, power fantasy
all of these interviews, and I'll just have
at some point the player will
a
need
voiceover
to his choices.
of the
it's
gameplay
important
with me
part of the
explaining
choices
what
system,
type of game it is,
you
because like
just can switch everything on the fly. That kind of makes your choices less important. So at
Like-
some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give
Okay,
you
there's gadgets
some time to
involved. Why are they-
experiment, but
like-
you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between three major factions. Your origin, so you'll be either Belter or Earther or Martian.
It'll be good
Facial
practice for you when you do this
appearance,
yourself,
you
DM.
can choose
God.
your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling.
Why
with
didn't
the
she
same,
talk first?
Identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality. These events are set during the first.
Okay.
Books.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do?
Will, start on
You know what I'm going to do?
Witness,
I get emails all the time from indie devs that are wanting me to like play their games on stream. All right, and they send me little like links to stuff and say like, this is what this game is. It's upcoming. I should just like once a month compile
all this stuff will
the stuff I've been emailed and edit it together.
So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They
And then
might,
and do it on
think
stream. Like I
towards
should
some
just
decisions.
I
They
should just
might
do that.
provide
This is
you
driving
some
me
assistance
insane.
Or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for.
You did say this is their
help,
first
for
time doing
advice,
this. Yes,
for
and I've never done it.
Military support, maybe. Of course, they will have their own stories, their own struggles, and you can choose
Scuffed enough for you. This is
to help them, or
this
maybe
is
to
not even
ignore
like
their own
tech
stories,
stuff. Tech stuff,
totally
I
depending on
understand.
how you want to be invested in
This
each
is
particular
just like-
companion. The choices you make for those companions also will matter in
Blatantly.
Some of them will have romances, and you can see on our background companions. We can see which who is going to
What
have
is the logical
romance,
progression
but
for
there will
this?
definitely be romance in our game.
It's a small crew.
The tech
on a
part's
small
okay.
ship.
The
You
tech
know,
part's
the
really cool.
Expanse,
I would
it's
love to
immersive,
be interested in the
everyone
tech
flies
part
very tight spaces
after
for a very long time.
knowing what the
So
game
there
is.
is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have a few layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay, a few classes of weapons.
I still don't know what the game is about,
And,
right?
mostly
Like
you
so
do
far,
it from
we've seen
the
like
covers,
cutscene
so
things.
it's a
Okay, you can go
cover-based,
undercover.
gunplay,
They mentioned
game.
gadgets.
And the second layer
Like-
of the combat system is that's your
What?
abilities.
This
They
doesn't
might be
clarify
more like
anything.
offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield, or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your play
I think
style.
Microsoft
And,
Show
as
also had a
Julia
game where they
mentioned,
literally
there are some
explained every
play
aspect of
styles
the game for
that
20 minutes.
mostly
Well, see,
focused
one
on
thing that they
using
have
your
done well
gadgets
so far
and
that I
then
do
using
like
your
about this
weapons.
is that they
Third
have
layer,
a
but,
cut
still
in there that
very
says,
important. That's,
if you want
obviously your companions.
to see more about the
They
interview
have their
about
impact
this,
on the,
you can go here and watch the
combat.
rest of it.
They have what we call combat opportunities. That's a particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment.
Developers should not be allowed to talk in
gain
public.
a
I
certain
think
advantage in
devs should be
combat.
permitted
We
to talk in
decided
public
against,
if
you know,
they
the
have
management,
a
the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So
So
you
there's
won't
this
be
thing that you want to do with
counting your,
interviews,
gallons of
okay?
reaction mass or how much water you need to
when you're
recycle
interviewing
before it
someone,
dries
if you
out,
want to
nothing like
have
that.
a
But,
very
still, the,
succinct,
expanse is
professionally
very dangerous. So in terms of,
presented interview,
narrative, the survival
you give the
will be a
person you're
part of the
interviewing the
game.
questions
You
a
will
week
have
beforehand.
A tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of
You give
very
it to them a
dangerous
week beforehand.
situations,
You tell them how
in,
many
that you will have
sentences
to
you
get
want
out
them to
somehow.
respond
There
in.
will be a lot of survival. In
So they'll be like, you're gonna
play
have
experience, just not as a particular
give
mechanic.
like 4 to
You
5
will be able
sentences
to
as
fly
a
around the
response
solar
to this.
system. You,
What
will
is a
be
unique
able to
gameplay
visit,
aspect
various
that you're putting in the
planets.
game that you are
We
excited
mentioned it
about
before
that has
that we
been technologically challenging for you to
Luna,
implement?
Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs.
Structure
where
the
you
interview
can
with a
just
flow, a
walk
beginning, a
around,
middle, and a
meet other
conclusion. Well,
people,
we're
drink at
just
the
getting the
bar,
middle here.
Shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So you will have
Which is
plenty of
frustrating
places to go and to visit
because
and to look at. The Expanse
you're
universe is
already
cruel,
dropping
and,
off, like-
some
Oh, yes.
characters might die because of your choices.
Additionally,
Stay tuned for
this is
more.
pre-recorded.
We'll show
This
more,
is
very
pre-presented.
soon, have something,
There should be full
cooking.
subtitles
I hope you
for
will
it.
like it.
If you're gonna have something this talk heavy, you need to have, look, subtitles! Like, if you're gonna have somebody talk that long, you should have subtitles baked into the screen.
Hey, Aaron, it's Thomas.
Anyways.
Your brother. You said you would visit me here, but you never did. Look, bygones be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone.
I don't think it's the dev's fault of the people choosing what to show. No, it's definitely on the people that are choosing what to show. Like, we don't have any context on where they got the dev interviews from or anything. I can tell you that that dev interview that we had seems like it was recorded off of a live stream talk in which the guy wasn't necessarily prepared for the order of questions that were coming up, given how long he was rambling on stuff and how many filler words he was having to use. That was not a constructed interview for this. This is a good introductory video for this. We are seeing, so we had some very basic connections on stuff. We are watching what's happening for it. This is the first decent showcase of this showcase. Had to seek out someone else streaming and suffering through this too. Couldn't do it alone anymore. I'm all right. I have hosted shows before. Like, I have hosted events before. I know what it's like when something isn't going right for timing when it's live. I know when you have stuff that's pre-set up, so you have to have like an organization of things like for what's gonna be playing when, timing and stuff. The main reason why I'm so incensed about this is that it's doing a disservice to a bunch of people that have been working on these. Like, this looks really cool. The team that put together this showcase trailer, this is really good. They show you at the start what power each does? Yeah. And it's hard to see because my big fat head's blocking it, but there are some resource bars, so it does look like there is, you do take damage in the game too. Is this a different game? Yes, this is a different game than the one that was that a giant toy? Magneto's. It's Magneto, yeah. Oh, and it's got spoopy sounds. Uh-oh, it's raining. Oh, that was a chunk of damage. Okay, things hurt you in the game. Oh, things very much hurt you. Okay, there's combat too! This looks sick! More like dodging than combat? A lot of combat's dodging.
Slipping boats on the faucet. Such a peaceful place.
And we get music on the beach.
It's a wonderful way to be free.
Distant Shore. That looks really cool.
Let's start with Aphelion.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated.
Wow, that was your understanding from that? Where did you gain that understanding?
There's so much potential.
Where did that
with
understanding
stories
come
like
from?
that, the dual protagonists, seeing
feel
it
like-
converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so
Yeah?
it's definitely something that
We were actually talking about that earlier today. Music. And
Were
video,
you?
And not
Were
just
you?
Video games and art in general and
good
media.
music changes
It
a
changes
game
everything.
from a game being a good game to a memorable game, a game that will stick with you in a long
Why are we talking about Aphelion right after the trailer? What they are
pretty storied
doing,
background when it comes to narrative games, whether
which
it's, like, Life is Strange or
It's not-
one of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff, weird stuff even sometimes, and so this is exciting. to see
What
them do
different
something
stuff?
They were
different.
using
What weird stuff have they done?
Music instruments.
Yeah,
So
what was it
you are
called?
relying far too much on the audience to have some level
you're talking
of
about the
background
Halo one?
knowledge and
Yeah.
engagement to actually understand what you're talking about when you're yapping this
I want
much.
to try it, honestly.
This is pre-recorded.
How do you
They
discover
talk
that
over
technique?
each
Like,
other.
oh, that makes that, yeah.
They should have put
This is
subtitling in
an
different colors.
Winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes of this entire.
This
like,
is giving
they're
me
in a
5MC
famous church in
vibes. You're
Paris
getting
playing
equally
the
angry.
organ.
I am.
actually has been a
I
blast to
am.
see video game music evolve during the years. Like video games has some great music. Like
It's one of those things when it's working.
They're talking about the music
like, a lot of time you don't think
specifically
about
the
it.
different
When
instruments.
Music is really good.
Oh,
in a
you're
game,
thinking
you don't
about-
really
Oh,
think
because
about it.
everybody
But then
knows
when
that
it's
in Downpier,
exceptional, like
they
Ambition
were
or,
trying a
like,
lot
the
of new
Witcher
things with the
vibes, you know,
music.
Then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good. You know.
Ironically, my Spotify rap this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though whenever a developer does take the music very seriously.
No, currently I am still back on this guy talking about the core gameplay mechanic, which was not talked
The
about.
best scores ever, like you just said, The Witcher 3 or whatever. I mean, it correlates to everything else. Every other aspect of the game, they take it seriously. So.
How does it
Another sci-fi
correlate to
game,
every other?
that is
You can't
probably
just
one of the most
say
anticipated sci-fi
things
games for a very long time.
and
is The
then
Expanse,
not
Osiris Reborn.
give an
which is from
example.
Alka as well. It is a third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
The Expanse is a book and it's a show, so they're taking inspiration from both.
Like,
But
if
at
they
the
would have
same time,
talked
it doesn't
about, like,
require previous
yeah,
knowledge of
the
either,
music's really
for you to
important.
be
For
able to enjoy
example,
this. In this game,
similar to
you're going
Expedition
to be looking
33,
more or less
where
to
you
what happens
have
in the
a
show.
common
However, from a
melody
different
that is
perspective,
present
from a
across
different
multiple
side, with your own
songs
group
to
of
clue you
people,
in
your own
narratively.
environment,
Like, that
you
would have.
got to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader, for example. Their bread and butter is intense, gritty narratives with.
Why do they suddenly have a
unbelievable
script? No,
levels of
they've been
role-play
having
depth and
scripts
choice and consequence
at this point,
complex
like
systems
during
that
this part.
interweave.
So what
And
they've been
seeing them
doing,
go into this, which
which
is,
this
of
is
course,
this is a bit
third-person
frustrating. I
cover-based
can see what they were
shooter
thinking with
many,
it.
many
They're
RPG
showing.
mechanics. It's a different road, and I asked
Are
them
they
about
reading
that
off a
in our interview,
teleprompter and
and
pretending it's a
it's like,
natural convo?
How did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing, and they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse,
Leon,
it just
I can
it
understand
required that
frustration
cinematic
on
flair,
stuff,
and
but
that's what
unless
they
there's
tackled,
stuff
and
that's
they're doing a
presented on
phenomenal
it,
job. That I mean, the game looks.
we have plenty already to be mad
It
about.
looks very interesting to me. It looks
We
kinda
can just
like
be mad
Dead
at them.
Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like Mass
gameplay-wise.
Effect,
It did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with
You expect them to know what a leitmotif is?
They told us we'll
I
disagree
do.
with some of the stuff you do.
I
They'll
do,
get
because
upset
you
or-
can explain a
They have their own
leitmotif
opinions.
without
Have their own
actually
opinions,
knowing
and
that you're
they
being
also, one
leitmotifed.
interesting tidbit
Okay?
they mentioned was
Final
that when
Fantasy
you
XIV
are
does it all the
making
time.
choices in the game, they're not necessarily going to tell you if that was a big moment. If that, what you just said to them, is going to seriously affect this thing over here, it will, but that's all behind the
The
scenes.
bottom right
Their
is
game was
showcasing
Distant
what
Shore,
game they're
Brittany.
currently
This is
talking
what
about.
Went viral as almost a portal with magnets, and I think it looks like a lot of fun.
It's such a unique concept.
So what they're doing is they're showing 3
It's one of those games like
supposed trailers
you wanted, but
and
then
then
you see
talking
like,
over
oh,
it.
that looks like it tickles a part of my brain. Yeah,
Right?
Like, we've seen
Very
versions
good.
of it before, but with everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, it had Only Up.
And other
I thought
puzzle
Mirror's Edge a little bit
Like-
with like the parkouring, wall moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things.
Did they see different videos from us? Yes, they have different information than us.
The rage already.
Oh yeah, the boss.
The necklace latches at 7 o'clock. It's
Well,
made
and
progress.
I think it's also really cool that they have boss mechanics because like you can tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the environment, but then they're like, okay, well we could raise the stakes, take it up a notch.
They should keep the game name up on the right. It is. It is. It's just tiny.
It also mixes up because it's not just a puzzle game. So there is more to it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game, like there's a narrative behind it.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with the puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly happy with that. But then they go and build on that with.
They change
a
games at some
story,
point.
boss
Yes,
fights,
there
all
is an
sorts of
animation that slides
Yeah, it's
across
not
the
just reach a
sheen.
destination
The
or do a
scene,
final thing,
not
if
the
there's
sheen.
actually a narrative,
The
like you said,
scene,
that's really
but there's
I think it's
nothing
one to
really
keep
to
an eye on.
clue you in, unless you've been paying attention. So like they're gonna show these 2.
Next up, we have 2
And then
very
they're gonna
exciting
talk
updates
about
coming
them.
from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed, as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
I'm in free fall listening to this. No, that's very accurate.
Avowed is a Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of spreading throughout the lands, causing
Blessed
chaos,
dev
and you play as
interview.
the,
Oh
you know,
my
the
God, this
envoy
is not
trying
your
to
first
figure
rodeo.
out
You know what you're
what's
talking
kinda
about. Oh,
going
thank
on
God.
down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways, you know, with that type of choice and consequence. In terms of, you know, the post-launch things we've been supporting on it, you know, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the
Obsidian is not
Ranger
indie.
and
It's
Fighter
not,
trees to kind of
guys,
fill
it's
it
the
out
new Game
comparatively
Plus
to
showcase.
the Wizard tree.
They have a
Aspects
lot of
about it
indie
that are like
games.
arachnophobia
It's
mode,
not
that was
the
like a big
indie
community
showcase.
requested feature,
It's
as well
called
as,
the
you know,
New
changes to
Game Plus
progression,
Showcase.
improvements
For people
there,
coming and being like,
gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash.
where's my
fixes.
indie stuff? It is the New Game Plus
Yeah, we've added different
Showcase.
species, the Amauin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our decisions we make are revolving around the player.
Is this their
community,
first
so we
event like
work,
this? Yes.
You know, really closely with our community management team. You know, we get like a spreadsheet, kind of see what the things that are bubbling to the top. You know, like an example, like quarterstaff was something where
This is just really
we
confusing
wanted to
because we
feel
didn't
like
watch the New
more
Game
like a wizard, right?
Showcase.
That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins, like as players. Just
My
for
bad,
fun,
guys.
that
We loaded into the
didn't-
save
we
file.
didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it.
Sorry, guys.
We
it's,
noticed, like,
it's
players
this
really
confusing
roleplay their
because
characters
we're
in the
on the New
game.
Game Plus
So we always
Showcase,
wanna
not the
give
New
them as
Game
many
Showcase.
options
You're
as we
right.
can to like customize their features or character, you know, to kind of have this fantasy in this world as they journey through the story. We just wanted to give them as many possible options as they can to really make the
Man.
character they
We
want
gotta
to
reload
make,
the save guide. We gotta
and
start
just
an
make
actual
it
new game so we can get the
their
context,
own.
so we understand what's
Stuff
happening in
like,
New Game Plus.
all the playable races, we discussed it early on in Avowed. It's something
Yeah.
both previous Pillars
Gabriel,
games had.
round of
It's
applause for you.
a lot of work and
Thank
a
you
difficult thing to really
for
nail
having
down, especially in Avowed,
the
with its
synopsis
parkour
of what the
systems
game
and
is and stating
its
it
combat
directly
mechanics
at the
and all the
start
weapon
of it.
types and stuff
Thank
like that
you.
in the game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a very unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically. So it was something like new to wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the
I
players. So it's
still
a more
feel like
rounded experience compared to
if
the
it's going to be
original
this
Pillars
talk
games.
heavy,
It should be a whole new way to play the game if you pick an Orlin or an
that they
Amala, it makes you
should
feel
have it
completely different
subtitled.
in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again how you feel and present in this game, so it's pretty awesome.
Better than Indie Showcase, not Triple. It's
allows
the New Game
the
Plus
players to
showcase. There's
bring over
nothing.
all their abilities, all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically. But you know,
It's
you'll have
indie
the
in that
gear
it is
with
not.
all its, like, enchants
The
to be able to
showcase
start the new game
itself
as well.
is
We have,
indie.
like, modifiers on enemies
Guys.
that kind of, you know, either make them
This
more
is not a
resistant to
professional production. They don't have sponsors behind it. There's no big group organizing it. It's not like the Game Awards. It's an indie
randomly throughout that new
game
Plus experience.
showcase.
That added
The
challenge,
games
but
are not
also let
indie.
players
The
still feel
showcase
somewhat like
itself
they're accumulating
is.
their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to
English
take
is hard.
photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right to get a certain distance from the character, or capture
The showcase should have a
the
10-minute
shot
segment
in
where
the
they explain
conversation when
that.
You see your character, so this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
What? This isn't a professional production? They're trying to be. This is their very first one that they're doing.
Orders are going to be live today. You know, keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the
I-
store page is open.
I feel like they really. I feel like they needed to have some QA for this, though. Like. Are subtitles available on the stream? Not available for this content.
Survival
No.
game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play as a teenager who has been shrunken to roughly the size of an ant, and you just have to survive in this environment.
That would have
with,
required
insects that are
far
the size
more
of a bus, and figuring out how to eat and get some water,
foresight
and fight those bugs, and
than they
craft
have
new materials and
demonstrated
new
thus
weapons
far in
as
this
you go and gain in
showcase.
power and get over those initial survival challenges.
Grounded,
you can
yeah.
sort of get into the story
Granted, you
of
get
what has
your
really
group of kids and you
happened
get
in this
shrunk
park,
down, and you
a
have to like
number of huge
it's
updates planned for the park. This is the
survival
first big
combat base building
content
kind
update
of.
that we have. We've
I've
been
played a little
calling
bit of
the
it.
Winter update. It was really about adding in this next big chunk to the park, and that comes with a lot of things that are very, very exciting for us. With this winter update, which is the community garden.
One was really good.
Attached right to that
Unfortunately,
early
it does make me
picnic
motion
area,
sick. I was
on
playing
the
it for a
map.
bit
It's just
with
to the east of it,
Kason
behind the
and
gigantic statue
Haruka
of Cody
and
Burgle.
Onigiri.
This was our opportunity to really start
But
delving into a brand new
every time
biome
we'd finish a play
with
session, I would
everything
just
that
feel
entails.
so
You've
sick.
got, a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, then we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so
Bug.
a ton of new insects that are in there. As I love to say, all of these insects, you know, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight
Oh,
them,
not the
learn their
wasps.
tactics, and then eventually turn them into fashionable attire and new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new area in the park allows us to fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And for us, that means that mixture of really
Mini
organic
Monster Hunter,
structures,
yeah.
as well as that man-made touch, that this was designed by humans at, you know, human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are
Oh,
a
good,
lot
guys.
of
Hey,
fun to
wasps are
fight,
coming
but
back.
can
Are
be
you
kind of
excited?
annoying. Again, this is a survival game, so so excited about those things coming back. Black ants are also coming back too, and like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated these creatures. We're more excited about the new creatures that are coming in the garden update, though. So we developed a brand new creature in the cricket. The cricket is
They've got
is
crickets
pretty
now.
big. Again, this is the size of a large bus, probably. It has some very unique attack combinations that are a lot of fun.
Oh, it can kick you.
Also, of course, jump very, very far. It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft
You know,
based upon it. And then
this
same
really
thing
is just
for,
mini Monster Hunter.
earwig. We actually have two different
Oh,
types
not
of
earwigs.
There's sort of a
Aw.
ranged earwig and a melee earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their
Oh, not earwigs. Cricket kick, yep.
again,
Oh my god, they
turn
added
those
Common
into,
Rider to Grounded too?
armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You can turn them into weapons. And we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes. Just like we did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat. So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay, how do we make them a part of the system?
The other thing on this showcase, I feel like if they're going to have this extensive of an interview with game devs,
there's a couple of twists coming, even with the old favorites.
They
that will keep
shouldn't
veteran
have
players
the
on their
round
toes
table
and
discussion
surprise and delight new
afterwards
We have
on the
a brand
game.
new buggy.
Because
So,
we
yeah,
already have
buggy,
group of people
which
talking
you'll
about
be
the
able
game.
to get and raise and hatch, and then ride around in the yard. And we're pretty excited about all that stuff. Like, I think all of it is coming together just really well.
I think every single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the ladybug and let it transport them around.
No need to
And
piggyback,
we've
yeah.
often joked that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the ladybug and
I know
getting on
that
it
Jake
and wanting
does
to
have
ride it,
professional
that it felt
interview
like an
experience.
inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy,
Maybe they
we don't
should have
want
just
it to
had him
be
interview
another
everybody.
one or just a horse, And so it really boiled down to what can the ladybuggy
Roundtable review feels like those group assignments in university where nobody
What
really
can make her
wants to be
stand
there. Oh no.
and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't. How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? She's the tank. She's, the one who can get into those really tough fights.
Oh,
and
look at the
withstand
capabilities they're giving to the
large
ladybug.
swarms of insects, and that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back.
You can put a
and,
cannon on
players
the
being able
ladybug.
to shoot at their enemies, and that ended up providing a ton of gameplay.
Imagine they can't say anything negative. I think that they can.
Shoot down the aerial
since it is a
insects that are often
non-sponsored
a bit more
production,
challenging and a bit more frustrating
they
for
were
players. Well, now
name
you have
dropping
this,
like other
ranged
video
weapon
games that
takes you
gameplay
down
reminded
that
them
feels
of.
super satisfying,
So
almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as
I
soon
feel
as
like they
we
do have the
cracked
freedom
that, it felt
to
like,
talk
okay,
a bit
there she
more
is,
about
that's
what it
her
is,
niche.
but
And now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience to really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
please don't have a round table. They just talked
So we
a whole
saw
bunch.
Avowed, great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming, there's a photo mode, new weapon type, changing appearance. There's new character presets. You got new races, which
Species,
I'm sure, yeah, Lua will have a lot of fun with.
Yeah, they're doing a lot, and I mean the game, of course, launched earlier this year. Obsidian's been very
Take a
very
shot.
busy. Yeah,
Take a
And
shot
they're
every
doing
time
these
you
free
notice they're
updates
reading
now,
off the
and
teleprompter for the
so
next
they
thing
also
that they're
added
supposed
New
to talk
Game
about.
Plus, which adds a whole new reason for you to go
You should
back
already have
through the
taken
game.
3 shots.
So the game is coming to PS5.
We got another one.
We got it. Yeah.
Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
Yeah, the thing. Yeah, but it's coming and it's available for pre-order.
I'm gonna be so hydrated.
Right now?
Show going live, so right now, check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is.
Shots
to them,
of
how
water,
they
guys.
listen to a lot of
Water.
their feedback. Like
I want you to have
arachnophobia
water
mode on
poisoning.
Grounded.
I was gonna say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia.
The QR
mode.
code literally says
but
Avowed.
That's kind of their driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that. And
Are they
it's just
talking
really
about
nice
Avowed?
to see them.
No,
do
they're
that.
talking about Avowed right
They
now.
could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, it's a labor of love, and that's.
I really like how, as you're going to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks or you want to do something new, try a different race.
Yeah, they're
You can
talking
do
about
that by
Avowed.
just going to
Guys,
New Game Plus.
they
You don't
show
need to
all of
go
the
back to-
trailers, and then they have a round
Besides
table,
that, we
and they
also
go
have
back and talk about it. Now they're going to talk
which is
about Grounded
bringing
2.
The Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open, so it's a new biome. They have new creatures.
Isn't water poisoning just
new
drowning?
tools, a
No,
new
you
mushroom
can
brick
drink
material
too much
that you can
water
build
that
your stuff
it
with,
starts to leach
and
stuff out of
also
your
a
system
new
and poison you that
ladybug
way.
Buggy. A ladybug buggy.
A lady buggy.
For those of you watching, it's a play on word.
Allow me to explain.
Ladybug E, because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access
Will
back
you
in
guys be
July, and
taking
so this
feedback?
is a major
Because,
winter update.
boy,
that's
howdy,
calling
I
it.
have a ton.
And it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about. But they always listen to feedback about, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you
Tomato,
prefer.
tomato.
Yeah. Different insects can be friendly, some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them now as transport as well.
You looked at Luke when you asked.
Well, I'm not looking at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline.
Names on
like, they're
screen
gonna
so we
give you
can
a lot
see
of
who
these
these
big
people
updates, and
are
you're
would
gonna
be
kinda
nice.
surprised of, like,
If
when it
they
first
did a
released early
quick,
access, there was
like,
still plenty to do.
name
It was
hover,
a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded,
that would
the
be
original,
good.
you knew they were still gonna have a great winter update for you like this, and so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly like scaled down,
Good night,
it's
Gold
from
Teddy.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's
Too
shrunk
bad
down,
we're
they have
stuck
so
here.
much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
Yeah, the cricket thing looks
that thing's-
terrifying.
Yeah, name hovers are very
around
good.
and, like,
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
Spreading. I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been so crazy busy. Like the fact that you can put out two pretty sizable games in 1 year.
Yeah, this is
and a bunch
it's
of updates for it.
pre-recorded. They have time to put pop-ups.
Huge, right?
They did
Because-
introduce
Yeah, they just had
everybody
Tim
at
Kaine
the
come
very
back out of
beginning, but for
retirement.
a show
He's
that's
one of
this
the
length,
creators of Fallout.
I'm gonna
back in
lower
the
the
day.
volume a little
And
bit.
he,
Didn't he also was
I'm gonna talk over these guys.
Anyways,
Anyways, I feel like
I think so. Yeah. He's
like if it's going to be pre-recorded, then they should have some. Every time they have a round robin, there should be a name pop up.
Retired, but he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work full time
Right?
in office. Moved to the studio on some project that's unannounced.
Feels
and he said,
like
"Don't
they're
bother
paraphrasing an entire textbook and trying to pass it off as their essay.
New IP,
I'm
something crazy. Who knows? But they are
Or
busy.
he's trying to throw us off.
Like-
it's hard to not see like
this part feels like it should be a separate after show.
the TV show being excellent and
It won't make a difference. They're talking over each other anyway. Yeah. Okay. So now we have another 3 games that they're going to showcase, and we're going to see if any of them are actually going to tell you what the game is.
This is going to be Outward 2 from Night Dot Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Varen's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have Dragon Twin by Draconic Interactive.
Why are you stating them when they were just up on the screen? Okay, this might be
Outward is
a
an
Souls-like.
open world RPG, which for once you're not some kind of special superhero or the last child from a prophecy. You're just a dude or a dudette. And the reason why we are downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed. more
Outward
than
is
they want
survival
to be
RPG.
powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And
Man!
We made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before, and that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like, we had very ugly protagonists. And we didn't
Okay,
have a
well,
lot
there's
of
character
options. We
creation
had,
at least.
like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces, a handful of haircuts, and that was it. It feels
I would
like
love to know the
really
context these
growing
devs were
yourself
given. Did they know this was how their games
We
were
choose a
shown? I
background,
don't.
we choose
I feel like they
traits, we have
didn't.
a very granular
Like-
system to
Thank you,
modify and
Nomad.
customize your character to your liking. One of the big thing is you choose one of
You have a good
3
Christmas, New Year's,
targeting
yeah.
locations. So as a regular person,
No way they knew. Yeah,
what
more RPG than
justifies
survival. Gotta deal with
throwing
elements,
yourself
food,
into
etc.
danger?
Classical
How to
RPG
become an
elements, counts,
adventurer?
quests, magic,
Well, we
etc.
have 3 different quests.
Well, gee,
depending on which city.
would have
you
been
choose.
nice
So if you are in a
if-
in Simeon's Bastion,
if
you
that's
are a homeless
what the
person who's
introductory showcase
in a Tramontaine,
had, or
you
at the
are a
very
miner
least,
and you're
some
trying to,
voiceover.
improve your status and your quality of life. In Haboob, you are just a clerk who just bought a house. What could possibly go wrong? You know, and very mundane situations, like you're not.
Feels like they ran out of time for editing and just threw stuff together. It does give that
And then you
vibe.
had to live up to the situation. We want
The ideal way to watch is with chat backseating all the relevant info. For real, because otherwise I would be sitting here and I would just be completely lost.
With seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's gonna be winter, and then it's spring, and then summer, and does change. Like what kind of
Like, he's talking
stuff
about
can be
the
found, what
change
kind
in
of armor you need to
seasons
wear.
right now.
Tool wielding is gigantic.
There
So
is
now
nothing
you can
visually
combine
telling you about
anything
that.
goes in one hand, and that opens
And
up
he's
a lot of
talking about dual wielding,
Outfit one,
but
like,
you have
had your offhand could only have
a
set amount of
sword and a
things, and you had
shield,
your main hand. Now you can just
which
interchange-
is
you
kind
can
of
have
just
2
like
shields if you
a
want. It sucks. I don't recommend, but you
an-
can.
a default
Of course, like,
expectation,
just
right?
Visually, and the fact that it is much more lush It's more filled. It's more visually vibrant. That's
Like, if we're gonna be talking comparisons between the
Just like
previous
in Aphelion,
game
we have 8
and
skill
the
trees,
current one,
and all those skill
you
trees
should
have
be
some
showing
exclusive
footage from
skills,
both
so
of
if you take
those.
one, can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, you have like the first few layers of skills available. One thing we added are the attribute points.
I
to
feel like
core
the
stats,
skill
strength,
trees should have just been
agility,
showcased as a,
constitution, willpower,
there are
intelligence.
skill trees,
We added
they
those.
unlock things,
We're
this
gonna
is what they
track
do. We're
a
just
lot of
unlocking things,
different
there's not enough time
things
to
that
read
you-
anything.
They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times.
Imagine
you
making a
unlock
showcase where all the real info is chat and the real video has no
will give
context.
you a
That's
passive traits
like,
and increase your agility.
that's why I'm so frustrated. It
very
feels like a
small
disservice.
incremental changes. We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the
What
cash to
skill
do it.
trees?
You will have to have experience. You will need to have practiced the life of danger and Ori to be able to understand, like get to the next level of the skill trees. Other than that,
Like,
well,
we're
I think
talking
it's
about
important
skill
to
trees
note
right
that
now. It's
all
currently
4
showing combat
regions
that has
are
nothing to
new
do with the
regions,
skill
so
trees.
It's really just completely new environment to explore.
Which is a shame because, like, graphically,
Today,
it looks
we're
really
gonna be taking
interesting.
a deep dive into our upcoming action RPG, Varen's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other. These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms.
Wait a minute.
Which, as you
Forsaken
may have noticed,
Realms?
is the name of the universe we are meticulously crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken Realms will take you
Wait,
to
like
the Vale of
actual
Varen,
Forsaken Realms?
a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varen's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way.
You mean Forgotten Realms? Not Forgotten Realms. Oh. I'm thinking Forgotten Realms. I was
clear
getting
that
excited
Varen
for
needs
a
a hero.
moment.
And every hero needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varen's Call aims to cater to a
Legally
wide
distinct
range of
realm,
playstyles,
yeah.
offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a
It's
variety
too
of
strong for
ways.
use. The airman is blocked unless you're
Whether
super
you
sneaky.
prefer to
Okay.
be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe
Wow.
as an axe-wielding
Look-
whirlwind of death,
Look at
the choice
this
is yours.
audio narration
Game's class
with
and system means you're never locked
subtitles
into playing a specific
that
way.
is relevant to
ability
what
to
is
adapt,
being shown on
alter,
the
or
screen.
completely switch playstyles midway through your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world
Like,
will
this
reward
is
you with a
what
range
each
of
one should
weapons,
be
armor,
like.
and unique trinkets.
At the very least, at the
Some
minimum.
providing unique effects to help you gain an edge in your next combat encounter.
Dealing with like Artemis Centauri a lot? I already know
The local
Artemis
hamlet
Centauri.
of South Vale acts as a hub, a safe space that provides various amenities for you to further develop your character. Use the Forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world, and the Dismantling Bench to deconstruct items for materials.
And I understand I'm being strong on criticism. I'm being strong on criticism in how the game shows being
Area of effect
showcased
freeze
is
attack
being
that stops the
presented.
enemy in their tracks,
If there's a game that's showcased and it doesn't look like it's it for you, that's okay.
Use the Trap Making Bench to upgrade and unlock
You
new
don't
traps
have
and
to
gadgets.
say
A nice compliment to your arsenal.
this game,
allowing you the opportunity
this game bad.
enemies
It just might not be the game for you.
And finally,
You can say like, oh, this doesn't look like my kind of game, or this game's not really for me, or I'm not really interested in this kind of game, right?
cure
That's
yourself of
okay.
nasty status effects.
That's fine.
These concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey.
Okay?
Okay, great.
It's not really for me, yeah. That's completely fine. You can say it's not for you. You can say like, oh, this is not really my style of graphics. For me, not graphically, not really my kind of thing either, but the mechanics do look interesting and I know there's quite a few people that do enjoy stuff like this, you know?
You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too. Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life.
I don't like that
Your
thing.
help.
I'm not gonna help that thing. I'm gonna kick it off the screen.
You've come about the job.
Oh, there's voice acting.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch
There's
the criminal behind the
murder.
death of her beloved friend. Or
Oh.
maybe you're on a mission to rid Varen of the gnarly scourge that plagues the city. All because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
the truth!
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all.
This game looks cute.
Varen's Call is soon to release on PC with full controller support, with the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date. Our game is inspired by classics like Fable and the Elder Scrolls, so if this sounds like your kind of adventure,
Inspired by Fable has a lot of weight behind it.
We'll see you mercenaries soon.
Inspired by Fable has a lot. That is a loaded phrase. If they added Ben Star as a random NPC, I would love it. That'd be great. Oh, suddenly loud. Dragon Twin. Dragon writing game in early development. Okay, at least they have text on the screen explaining what it is. So it's flight simulator, but you're riding a dragon. Oh, you get to make a dragon! Can you make Trogdor? Is this actually a dragon, or is this a wyvern? That's a wyvern. That's a wyvern! Never mind. I'm no longer interested in the game. Become more clear over time as it depends on future funding and shifting nature of game development. Okay, so there's still not much to it yet. What do you have against Clive Rosfield? Everything. It's early, but it's got some bones. Yeah. Early access demo is available to Patreon supporters. It looks really good. She's cool! Thank you for the raid! Hello, we are reacting to the New Game Plus showcase, and it's the very first time this group of people are doing this showcase, and I have some criticisms about how they're doing it. So far this is interesting though. I like this one. What were you playing? I see Le French Panda, but that makes me think you were playing Expedition 33. It is! I was right! Oh wait, this dragon has 4 legs. What's this, new Elder Scrolls? It is a Dragon Rider game that's still very early in development, where you get to design your dragon and then fly it around and then burn things to death, it looks like. So that looks like fun. She's
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
So, this game...
But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed
this game showcase.
Exploring this game
So what they do...
And there's
I'm gonna
like
turn the volume down on them again.
So you can camp.
So what
like,
they've been doing, this is my one of my criticisms so far, okay?
Like your weapons and
they showcase
to wreck the enemy, because if you don't
3
prepare, oh, you're in
trailers or dev interviews of various lengths that don't go into what. Oh, well, Twitch. What and it doesn't like go in depth on stuff, and then afterwards they do this round robin where they're discussing things, but they're reading off a teleprompter so they can hit key points, and then they talk over each other.
You know, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along.
Why don't they pair the round table with the trailers? That's my question. This is their first time doing it. To be fair, this is all pre-done and edited. I also don't like having to see their socks every time they zoom out. And I don't like that they have their shoes on the carpet. And I don't like that the guy in the middle is wearing cowboy boots. Not cowboy boots. He's wearing like fancy ankle boots with tired camo pants. I just don't like it.
Like, you can sprain your ankle, you can perforate a lung. Trauma. She has clearly sprained it. You can sprain her.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all of these ailments like take different lengths of
People
time.
wear shoes on carpet. That's what I'm saying.
Game as well. It was really tough. As well.
Like, all of these people are content creators. So this is when I say this is an indie showcase, I mean that the people that are doing this are not behind any big company, like backed by any big companies or anything. Okay. So they're just. It's supposed to be be a game showcase where they're presenting a whole bunch of games and stuff, but
It was really fun. And
their plan, like what they're doing for the showcasing part is not helpful for the games that they're trying to share.
Split screen with your friends, and it's really nice. Especially because then, like, you get beaten up, and then your friends get beaten up, and then you know.
can get digital concussions together.
Yeah. Next up, we have
There's
Forsaken
like-
Realms, Varen's Call. We were all sitting here saying, look,
we don't have any information about who these people are, except for the very intro that happened. This is all pre-recorded. They should be having little pop-ups with like a snippet of who these people are on each one of these. Also, the water drinking game that we are currently playing is take a drink every single time you can tell they're reading off the teleprompter.
There's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing,
when the
fantasy game.
Yeah, they're talking about stuff that's not in the trailers either. Like, one of the games, the gameplay of it was not showcased in the trailer at all.
they angled it that like, hey, you can do this thing. You can really focus
Like,
on combat and the main quest.
Yeah,
line,
take a drink.
main
He's looking.
story,
He's
but this
reading
is
off the
also an
teleprompter
expansive
right now.
world where
Like,
there are
take a
bunch of
drink.
little side stories. You can go to these individual side characters and like help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
or murder mystery or whatever it is, and I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full.
I have zero idea who these people are, so I can't even see how they do for other stuff. There's
I don't even know if we're.
some of them are content creators.
You can make your own dragon. There's a correct.
Who are these guys? Have they played the game? I don't know.
Customizer? I mean, like Jake was like.
To be fair, is very early in production. They're working on all these systems for.
Was that an
Dragonflight
insight?
and
What was that
as
joke?
They mentioned in the trailer. It's still a work in progress. They're,
Does Jake have a thing for
finding
dragon
the game
necks?
And what it's going to be based on funding, Patreon support, things like that. But I mean, just like imagining the vision of a kingdom builder where like you're in
I don't
command
know.
of dragons like Khaleesi.
Also, they're
like,
trying to explain
inject that
Outward
into
is
my
hard,
veins. It's
especially in
another
higher
one of those
difficulties,
games I didn't
resources,
know I
conditions.
needed
You're
or
not a hero. You're a regular person trying to make it as an
came
adventure,
across your
essentially.
mind,
Okay.
wait a second.
So you see, and you're like, of course.
Of course I need that.
I can't wait to see how it progresses because it already looks amazing.
Like,
But they
it's
left
very-
the combat pretty open-ended. Like we saw some battle scenes. We saw.
Just
some
type who
light
plays
with other
Dark
dragons
Souls on a
maybe
dance
fighting,
pad.
And how that's gonna
Good.
come into play, I'm really curious about.
It would be great if they had some context on there so we know about this
Cinematic
stuff.
shots you're gonna get with that dragon is gonna be crazy.
Okay, so now we're gonna see
Next
the
up, we have some
Cube,
exclusive
Atomic
content
Heart,
coming from
Immortal,
One Fish,
Gates
a
of
comparison
Pyre.
of the twins from Atomic Heart. Now in the Cube, a very exciting game I think we're all looking forward to. And for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots from their DLC.
Why didn't
number
you
4.
say
On top of
this
that, there is
while
also
the
Immortal
screen
Gates of
was
Pyre
up,
that we had an
showing
incredible
what's
interview
coming
with
up?
Jake hosted,
Why are we
where
having the
talked a little bit
distraction
about
of this guy on the right
the
side
making of the game,
fidgeting
people
and
behind
tapping
it,
his legs and moving his...
RTS in general.
Chop their legs off. You should not have... If you're doing like a formal interview thing, you feet on the floor. Are they gonna kiss? Oh, they're not kissing. Oh, she's flying up so oh, look at that! This is a fun trailer. No kiss. Kill. You know what? I will take that over kisses. How will he reload? Very carefully. Don't worry. He's got infinite bullets. Oh, final DLC, number 4. It's DLC.
Is it recording?
Oh, good, a TikTok.
It's in the sky, a giant cube.
Why are they making it? Why is that? It's in the sky, a giant cube. Thank you.
When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness.
Okay. Happens to me every time I wake up. But go off. I guess a giant cube spawning into the what? Why?
How did the whole
Why is she in a schoolgirl skirt?
And did we actually miss
I like that guy. That's a cool
the
design.
cube didn't appear, but revealed itself. What if it was?
That's me when
always
I'm here,
there,
that is.
And we've only just started to see it.
this game has slipped 2 fan service scenes in, or 3 fan service scenes in already. What is this game supposed to be about? 5 fan... 6? 7? 8? 9? What is this? We already have Nikke at home. Atomic Heart PvP game? Ah. See, if they're gonna do something that's like, whoa, they better be killing me next. Same devs make sense. Ah. Grandma, no!
So, Immortal Gates of Pyre.
See, they keep doing this where they have an interview
and make more accessible the RTS genre while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery.
Accessible
that have made
RTS while
so
keeping the
popular over the years.
complexity.
So it's
that
I would refer to it as a Blizzard-style RTS.
Is that
fast
possible?
action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid-fire chess. We realized that RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation.
Those
Some
are
of the companies
words.
that tried to do so.
Good
did
night,
so by
Varric.
stripping away features or
It's a
losing
strong will
some of
see,
the,
yeah.
the things that really made RTS great. In the early days, we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities, and found that they really loved the fantasy of commanding an army. RTS, at the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're commanding an army, another guy's commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
my
you
favorite
get
part of
individual unit
RTS is
control, it
loading
can be
everybody
very
into a
overwhelming,
drop
and
ship
because
and
you're
then
also
sneaking
building those
into
things
the
because
base
you're
and
building a
dropping
base,
everybody
because
in there.
You're having to do so
Before
much
30 minutes have
macroing
passed.
along with the microing simultaneously that for most players it just gets overwhelming and complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do that are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we
And then the
make
next round
more
that you
and more of the
play,
complexity
for some reason,
in the game, but optional.
Karens get
Opt-in, what we refer to it as opt-in complexity. And then simultaneously, how do we create a world and experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of? We want to take this genre.
I
and
think
show
probably
people,
it's
this
extra
genre isn't
heinous
dead. People
when
want
you get
this fantasy,
invited
they
to
want this
play
experience. A lot of it has
StarCraft
to
and
do
it's the
with,
guy's birthday
things
and
like
you did the
UI
Terran
and
dropships
UX,
on the birthday boy. I feel like that probably was on me,
So, for
but
example, in most RTSs, you always have to be
I feel
building
like if you're gonna
workers. If you're not
play
building workers, you're falling behind on
StarCraft,
your
then
economy and you're screwed. The
you should
correct
expect
move,
to die.
with very few exceptions,
Happy
is to
birthday!
build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If you want it turned off, you can. So if you're trying to do a specific timing attack, you can. But we
no
took
mercy
that
for the birthday
complexity
boy.
away.
Never took you
One
for
of
an
the other
RTS player.
things
Oh,
is,
I'm not. One of
how
my
in MOBAs
siblings
you have
is.
unified command
That was the
cards,
extra
right?
funny
All of the
thing.
abilities
I was in the
and
Discord call with the
abilities
birthday
on
boy
your hero
while I was letting
are
my
easy to
sibling
reach.
do
You
this.
can hit all of those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way.
That is
So
the
you can
only
select your whole army
time
with one button
I
by
have
default,
done
and then all of
the
abilities,
talking
castable
trash
abilities
while
of
not
your army
actually
are
playing the
also on that
game.
one unified command card. One of the things that people often tell us is that when they watch our game,
Because
it looks like an
the
RTS,
birthday
but when they
boy
play it,
had
it
specifically
almost plays more
chosen
like a
people
MOBA
to play
in
with
terms of how
him
they're
who had
commanding their
never
army.
played
Our early idea
StarCraft
was if we
before or
bring
any type
the
of
top,
RTS because
10
he just wanted to
modders
stomp
within
people for his
generally
birthday.
the
And I was
strategy
like,
gaming
oh, we
space,
can't have
bring them
that.
all together, and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like?
So I went over to the sibling and I
that's
was
what we
like,
set out to do.
hey,
The 1v1 or
StarCraft playing
2v2
sibling,
PvP experiences,
can you
they're similar
can you
to
do something for me?
StarCraft or a StarCraft 2, maps. We did redesign the maps and we redesigned.
Is
the
this a friend of
mechanics
yours?
in a
Yeah,
way
the
that
birthday boy was a friend of
2v2
mine,
is
yeah.
actually really, really fun. It's a core support gameplay mode. and players, including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2
What rank is your
tournaments.
sibling?
But the ultimate goal
I'm
is
not
to destroy the enemy's
sure.
town centers, and so it's kind of a
I didn't really like
tactical
check in.
back
All I
and
know,
forth with
all I know is that
counters and
sibling
strategic
played
snipings and using
StarCraft.
immortal
They don't play
abilities in
StarCraft
clever
anymore.
ways,
They
so
play
it's
different games
great
now.
for mastery and laddering and skill gain. Ultimately, or at
Did you
least
tell them
the
afterwards,
goal
though?
is to have other PvP modes that are more casual or more
Keyword
playful,
wise,
kind of some chaos modes.
the friend that was the birthday boy
auto-babbler
had
modes,
made some
things
life
like
decisions
where
that I
if you just have 10 minutes and you
wasn't
wanna
the most
have a
comfy
beer while doing it,
maintaining
and you wanna
friendship.
do
So
something that's a bit strategic, but you don't want to get that sweaty. No, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the
Like-
target market that we're looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally.
Yeah.
But don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy.
They
8 PM
were
and don't want to get too invested. In,
really
in the
wanting to be
we want to do
a
a full grand campaign. The inspiration.
They wanted
for
to be a
how we
YouTuber.
kind of want, or how we see the
and their
ideal
approach for
campaign,
it
if we
was
can
they
build
were
it, is
going
very similar
to
Dark
quit their
Crusade.
job
It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these
and
different
just
factions
start streaming on
conquering
YouTube
territory and
as much as
building new and
possible
unique stories.
while relying on their partner to cover the cost for everything.
One of the better trailers that I think we all saw back around SGF last
Not
year.
our new trailer that we're showing with this. Of course, the twin comparison. Is
And
new,
they did
which
not
is very
see
cool to
any
the
issue
twins
with
for
that.
The first time in this universe,
With
if you
very
like
little
Atomic Heart,
experience
but the
doing
trailer
any
itself
type
for the
of
cube, nothing new.
streaming or
the
content
potential
creation.
for that game is like unmatched. It is a
They're
crazy
so
concept.
good at cinematics.
When you had
and
to,
also just,
you
like,
said you
the
had to talk them
concept
off the content
of
creation
playing
madness.
a
I've
game
had
like that
multiple people I've had to
with
do
the
that
map
too.
constantly changing, the biomes changing.
Like,
It,
I
breaks my
only
brain to think
went
about,
full
but
time
a
in
fun way.
content creation.
Different terrains, different weather.
Yeah.
Because
They show that sliding
I
clip
was
where she's
making
sliding
more
and
than
then
my
as the
desk
cube is
job
apparently rotating,
more
we don't know how the
reliably,
mechanic even works.
and I already
With the
wanted
map.
to quit my desk job.
Like, if you fall off the
think,
map,
right?
you just like that's I'm
Like-
sure
Or
you're
get
dead.
crushed.
And
by,
they've
like,
taken so many
you know?
gameplay
I
mechanics already.
only
We saw
swapped
from that
over to
short
actually
trailer,
relying on
we saw
streaming
just,
for
like, traditional
income
gunplay.
when
The other cool part to me is
I
that
had
it
an
is
emergency
set
fund that
in
if
a
if
universe
everything
that
would
people
have dropped
already
off, I would have been
been a
able
part of.
to
It's
survive until getting another job.
Very interesting. as well.
Explain it a little bit.
It's kind of like
When you're saying partner, are you
is
talking
Soviet
GFBF?
Russia
Yes,
in an
for them,
alternate
yeah.
Timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe,
Like,
it's kinda
I was
Soviet Bioshock. And
Yeah,
it's a
streaming
vibe.
for more than a year
And what's
before I
interesting is that
like
from
I
the
lucked
original
out
game Atomic Heart, one of
with
the primary things
COVID
people
timing
loved
and
about
stuff
it were, like,
taking
boss
off.
fights,
I lucked out,
and then, like, the
but
outdoor
I
environments
still
and the art direction.
was wholly
And that is just
expecting
the
for
cube.
everything to just
And then
drop
they're
off
adding in
and
this
go away.
multiplayer component
So
as well, with like it seems like PvE elements with bosses.
I think you might have,
that
yeah,
you'll
I've talked
fight
about this person
against
before, like
together
ages
as
ago,
the
yeah.
cube rotates. I can't wait to find out more.
But
I
I've
love
had
how open-ended they are. Munfish is like, we are all
I've
curious
had
because we don't
to
know
have the
exact
misfortune
direction they're going
of
and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like
talking
what game I
down a
was looking at,
couple of friends and
because we are gonna
acquaintances
flow into
that
Atomic
do
Heart,
want
and
to
I
be
love that
full-time
tie between
content
those worlds.
creators.
But I honestly, I saw a piece of like
when
the
they
finals in the first
haven't even
destructibility
streamed
and
yet.
cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay, now I'm instantly locked back into this.
Right?
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their 4th and final DLC for Atomic Heart. And I'm
These days, stream
when
is
we
a
saw the
hobby, and if
trailer,
it
we saw
takes
the
off, great. If
screenshots,
not, just
it
have fun with
adds
the
new
hobby.
environments,
Exactly. And if you
it
find
looks
yourself
good.
like
Then
not
the third game on our list
enjoying
with that
it,
one was Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation
You know?
with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're going to probably talk about how it's a group of modders.
so much
and
more
they've
work than
hired a
anybody
lot of
expects.
modders.
I
They
think
have
the
that
actual
DNA for this
streaming
game
part
and
is not
a lot
that
of the
bad.
concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had
The
hands on
time
this for
management
almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about
and having your
5
own
is what they would
schedule
tell you.
and
they really
staying on
wanna try
top
and
of things
combat-
is
as we all know, like the RTS genre is really hard to get into because
high barrier of entry.
I agree, because it's like you see these games and you know RTS
like I've had
games, you're
some
like,
friends
I don't
ask
wanna
me
do
who
that. I
are
wanna
doing
work on
content
micro,
creation stuff,
macro,
being
and,
like, hey,
all those movements per second.
I do
and
want to
whatnot,
go
and
full
they wanna
time.
try and
What is
back
your
the
metric
pillars
that you
have
have
already
for being
established
full
themselves
time.
in the RTS genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of
when
go
that comes down to it, I'm
And
like,
he
well, are
was
you
saying
comfortable
they've
telling
had
me what
these
your
games in
numbers
the
are
genre that blew up
and
so
what
early
your
on
expenses are,
it's been
so that we
hard
can
for
like
companies like this to make a new
boil
RTS
down stuff,
and
right?
survive and branch out and be somewhat
The thing
unique
with us
to what
isn't
we
that
already
bad. I
have
find that hard to believe.
kind of
Oh, I can just minimize the chats and play the video game.
Accessibility because I think it is pretty intimidating for new
That's why
players.
it's not
That's
that
why a lot of
bad.
people don't want to you know, are kind of
They
turned
seem to
off
have a
by
good strategy.
RTS. It's just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because like I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe who's been playing.
I've
this
done
his
it before,
entire
I
life.
have.
I have no.
He lives.
Yeah, I don't have any.
But now I'm sitting here being like,
Micro, macro,
you know what?
This is cool. And then you can have the
Maybe
Sweaty
I should
experience
just
if you
make
want.
my own
Or you can have the
monthly
experience where you just sit at home and have a
games
beer.
showcase.
I was like, that's my guy.
Exactly.
My vibe. This game was made for.
But I do want to really support him, and you know, when
And
it comes to
it'll
break-
just be
cracking
like
through whatever the current
sharing any gameplay
yeah,
or
the
any
current
like
stereotyping
trailers or
genre
anything
is, they're
that I
trying
get
to
in my
innovate, they're
emails
trying
from
to do
game
things differently.
devs.
And one last thing, they're very, very community focused. So.
And
like a lot of
then
the devs
just
we've spoken to, they love their
going
community,
over
they
what
found
it
their
is and then just
diehards,
making
and it really
sure
has
that
shaped
I
the
publish
project.
it
And so I hope we see
after
it in
embargo is
that.
over. Because some of the games do have embargoes for things. You know,
Next up,
it would probably be more like newly
calling kind of a
released stuff because
Western
most of the stuff I
section.
get
We
is
have some
early
footage
release
from the game
info.
X-Killer. That's going to be Paradark Studio. They
Why are they trying to fill time? There aren't ad breaks. I know. I don't know.
Erosion from Plot Twist.
Who doesn't love innovation born from spite? It's not even spite. It's just frustration. Because there could be so much that's like... There could be so much good stuff being told about the game.
Execular. We are Kasia and Amadeus, the creators of the game.
Where's
This
subtitles?
Is gameplay overview. Execular is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity.
And never holds your hand.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Execular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Oh, corporate bounty hunter.
Executors hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
Oh.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower.
Do you maliciously
a massive fortress
download
city
people?
ruled by the Aphelion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
That guy has Majima's jacket.
Contract fulfilled.
The game is.
Why do you have Majima's jacket?
And
Give that back to him.
everyone begins and ends in the tower.
Oh my god, it's Joel.
Outside the tower lies a hard
Look at those hands. I recognize those hands. You get to play as
You
Joel.
travel through it in a heavily modified car designed to protect you from extreme conditions such as heat and radiation.
You have a car!
Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
Okay, that looks cool. That looks fun. I feel like any of the games that has like the game dev interview like call session does a disservice to the game because they just forego explaining what the game is at all. I like the map as part of the car display. Yeah, that's really cool. I like that a lot. Deadeye mechanic, yep. This looks like fun. I love throwing knives!
Survival is a core part of the experience.
Inventory space is limited, and every item matters. Forcing players to make
Reading way
careful
back of the game
decisions
backs, other
about
devs
what
should
to
present their
carry
games
and
like
what
that.
to leave
Yeah.
behind.
Aphelions high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Your cybernetic implants help you uncover hidden elements and investigate the environment.
That's really cool!
Missions and level design are fully non-linear.
Oh, non-linear, okay.
There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches and can be freely combined.
You can sneak up on the guy and bash his brains in.
Matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
Oh, you can duel people!
Wishlist Executor on Steam.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the
Hi,
senior
Robert.
product manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor. Far Far West is a
Oh, this is the
1-to-4
one that
player
was
co-op
showcased at one of the other
first-person
ones.
shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to kill bosses,
Robert.
collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the evil
South Carolina
enemy
is
invaders.
gone.
Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West. Here, we're exploring the Far Far West hometown, an evolving space where you can upgrade your weapons, spells, and characters.
Oh, that's gonna make me motion sick, unfortunately. Oh, that's not.
Once the team is geared up and ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to
That's
hunt and drop
unfortunate.
into
That
the
looks
game.
really fun. I cannot even look at the screen while it is moving up here. That is... It's already doing it? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Like, most of the time I can actually, like, watch other people playing a bit, and it's okay.
Now that we have gotten to the map, it's time to head to our first objective.
I have to
We
look
can
at
travel
the
around
screen
map much
on
faster with the
OBS.
use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button.
I think what the problem is the distortion along the edges of the screen.
When fighting enemies, I
And the
can use
bob.
different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. Spells and guns can also
And
be
also
comboed
the HUD
together to
bouncing
make their
around.
effects more powerful, spread their
That's-
damage further, or even
Oh, that's not
create
good.
new spells.
Sorry, I cannot look at the chat
summon
right
this
now
boss, we
because I
need
am
to
looking
be
at the game
Launch a
preview
new
on my
good
OBS.
So let's get this rocket
Screen.
loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work together
Man.
as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself.
Because this
from
game
enemy
looks like it's cute,
attacks. Right now, we're
fun.
throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate
But-
for him to put in the rocket.
but I cannot-
of which he is actually only
I can't actually watch
While
any of the
carrying out
gameplay. It will make
objectives,
me
you will
sick.
attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you.
Game devs, please.
Now we have the rocket all powered up. Let's launch it at the boss nest to
Okay,
really
I'm looking
make
over
it angry.
from.
This
I'm
bounty
just
is
gonna.
far from
I'm
over.
just
Now
covering.
we have to take the beast down.
Okay.
Let's summon the boss and get this party
No,
started.
shaky cam can't do. You cannot abide. I cannot abide. This is such a long trailer too. Do you have your hand over part of the screen? I do. I am like blocking my peripheral vision from seeing it.
We won, and the boss
The
is
trailer's
dead,
specifically
but
designed
we
to
aren't
kill
safe
DM.
yet.
Yup.
So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town.
Can we not get to the station?
When the train is called, we have to stay alive for its arrival, which is easier said
What
than
causes people to
done
get
with the
motion
whole of the
sickness? Well,
far
mine's like
west
simulated motion sickness. So essentially what it boils down to is the movement
We
happening
made it
in
out
my
alive.
vision does not
Well,
match my
some of
physical
us,
body movement.
Which means we get to keep the resources we found along
Okay.
the way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters even more and be stronger for the next bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons,
It
spells, upgrades,
it
and
changes from person to person.
all
Specifically for me, if
unlockable
there's
through
like a lot of movement
You can
happening
play
on the
the
screen and
playtest with
I'm
your
not
friends
moving.
right now.
Okay. All right. That does look like a really cool game. I cannot play it.
Job. Protect your family.
Oh. More cowboy.
Whatever happens, you do it or die trying.
Oh, Hades cowboy. I don't know what you'd be like with an IRL HUD. Probably okay. Like, VR is fine. He's so bouncy. Oh, every death costs a decade. That's neat. Is this the one where you're trying to get your daughter? This looks neat. Yo, dancing green. It's on the VGAs, I think. I think so. Nice music, yeah. I hope they have rights to it. I hope I don't get... I mean, you could play something like Minecraft as long as you do so in VR. If I was in a room that made all the blocks move, like the movement that I would have, yes. I can play stuff like Beat Saber completely fine. Yeah, this is when you're rescuing your daughter. Yeah. Okay,
First up, we saw
the
X
game
Killer.
cover art
That's
does
coming from
not
Paradox
match.
Studio. It's kind of, I mean,
The
the vibes
voxels.
look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit. You disagreed.
What was
but
the
like a
name? Oh yeah, X-Killer. Yeah,
cyberpunk in the
that one.
wild-
No,
in the
I just
West.
see it. I just see it.
When the animation work was crazy good, like the world building.
I think
Guys,
the way
you
it's
gotta make a
described
block
is
room. Yeah, for the VR
post-apocalyptic
movement.
Western style FPS with a bounty hunter.
I have to
vibe.
be,
so we even
like,
saw in the trailer they're picking up bounties.
physically
And it kinda
moving in the
reminds me
same
of Fallout
space.
as well.
Yeah,
a
little
you
bit
know?
of Fallout in there.
So I think it looks like a lot of fun. That could be a new
Put
kinda like
your
staple
foot
of
down.
those types of games to me.
Buddy, put your leg
That's a good
down.
combination. I mean, it looks fantastic. Like it's stunning.
animation.
It's
I'm
coming from such a
gonna go
sci-fi
over it and
alley.
I'm just gonna travel through the screen. I'm just gonna smack that guy so he puts his leg down.
Then we had Far West
Stop
coming
bouncing.
from Evil Rapture, Western themed action shooter project.
That's one of my. That is literally one of my major pet peeves. I hate if I'm sitting somewhere.
It looks like I mean,
If you're on like a bench and the person next to you is on the bench as well, and they keep bouncing their legs so it's shaking everything.
Hunts and like bounties were going out and doing boss fights with each other.
I hate
It seems
that.
very teamwork based.
I hate that. That's
they were fighting the boss on the ground.
the
and one of them was
fastest
up
way
top
for
and
me to
teammate
want to
threw the
kill
dynamite-
someone.
Dynamite up, caught it, planted it. Looks really cool.
Third on this list, another Western. This game is pretty mind-blowing. I think we're all on the same page for that.
The art
was
style is
Erosion.
divine.
Restless leg
I could see
syndrome,
this one being like-
This is
is a
gonna be a
legitimate
big one.
issue
Yeah,
for
a
some
big one.
people. That
But,
is
like,
completely fine.
most
Don't be seated on my bench.
Compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just
Don't-
the world that you're exploring.
don't sit
but
on the
also
same bench as
literally
me.
your daughter. She grows older every death.
If
that
you have
happens.
restless leg syndrome,
Decade
that's completely fine.
goes
Don't
past.
sit on the
worse
same
you
bench
are
as
at the
me.
game.
If you die 20 times,
You
like,
can shake, just not where I'm sitting.
there when you get there. You're gonna be talking to a gravestone, but it's just a very captivating
Like,
art style. Like
If you have your knees set up
Open world
so that you
roguelike.
are bouncing the entire table and you are shaking the entire table, I don't care if you have restless leg syndrome.
A glimpse of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one
That's
death
like
run,
the true ending or something.
there's a happy ending.
Don't do it in a
And I
way that
imagine
affects
most
me.
other endings are not
I will
gonna be
sit on
so
the same
happy,
bench
or
as
at least a
girldm.
bit sad.
Hi, Me-chan.
Yeah,
it looks
exciting.
really good.
We're gonna see a lot from that game.
For sure.
Okay, so we're gonna have 4
Next
games
up,
for
we have
this
a very
one.
exciting section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the executive
How are you with
producer of
treadmills?
the
Whenever you
Division
try VR on a
franchise.
treadmill, if you
We
got the
also
chance,
have
maybe.
Alpha Response, a game coming from the original creator of Counter-Strike.
I will
Hit
cut
Me,
off
or
my legs.
Grisman,
I don't
whatever
think
you
this
know him
guy
as.
has
Last
restless
Man
leg
Sitting
syndrome.
from
I
Pixel
think
Pizza and
he is
Sand
just
Raiders of Sophie by Holygriff.
they just I'm just gonna take them. He's just restless, yeah.
If you imagine,
I think he's nervous on camera. That yeah.
World location, the most important city in the United States, Washington D.C., completely ravaged by a pandemic and struck by the strongest, worst blizzard of all time.
Man, COVID and Blizzard games? That's rough. I don't think that's survivable. Oh, it's another extraction. Okay.
And of course, that leads us to survivors. So what are we doing? Like, we can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels from survival. So we're reimagining it.
This has been out for years. It says they're reimagining.
This snowstorm, this weather change to Washington, D.C.
DC closest after like 1 inch of snow.
In Washington.
It's a new game mode for a 7-year-old game. If it's new.
We're thinking about it in a very different way with innovations that haven't been seen yet. There's a focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience from the core Division 2 experience. I think we've got something super, super promising.
What?
Here. Survivors.
What makes it
developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division 1 creative director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division.
What makes it different?
So excited about jumping into.
Can you
this type of
demonstrate
game
or
mode
show?
again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that.
I feel like I need a bingo
Division
card
2
for
has a
any
large
like
player
game
base of
showcase.
passionate
For
gamers.
any
And one of the
time
things
a
that we're
dev
going to do
says,
is
we always
really
keep
lean
our
into
player base in mind.
the
I need
sort
that
of
every
comfort
single
game
time.
Of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way around the controller, know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of
Oh, good, you
little
can
things
freeze
that
to
we're
death.
doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed.
There's
So the
something
Division
different, but
3
it's a secret,
is in
guys.
production, right? This is not a secret. It's been announced. It's shaping up to be a monster. I can't really say anything more than that, but this is within these walls in Massive. We are working extremely hard on something that I think
We
will
ignore
be
players, the tiny,
as
the whiny
big,
little tourists.
an impact as Division 1 was.
You know,
There's a team in Paris
If when
working on
eventually
this,
I make my own indie
they're putting
game,
the
that's what I'm
final
gonna say.
touches on a mobile execution.
Want to
of
fight
the
and freeze to
promise
death?
of
Yeah,
Division
wait,
1.
what?
So, Division 1.
Just take
New
the long
York,
sleep, guys.
Pandemic strikes, take back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics that are
Like-
really fine-tuned to a mobile phone.
If people
graphically,
ask me, like, what makes your
this
gameplay
looks
unique?
like a
Oh, I ignore my
PS5.
player base. Whiny little
You may
twerps.
have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal. Really, really good. It plays really good. And it has a
Brian's
few
doing jumping
innovations.
jacks.
You know the Dark Zone, this area of atypical PvP.
I still
It
don't
was an area
understand
where,
why-
much like other games today, popular games today, you could walk around, you could hear gunshots, go over there, there'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously,
The
feeling
credits
each
will
other
have
out
and not
decide
you at
whether
the
to
end.
partner or to actually engage in PvP. The whole of the Resurgence map is friendly to other agents. So you'll hear gunshots on a corner. You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default.
Oh, no,
but
PvP.
being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done.
No
in a Division game
PvP.
before, let alone a mobile
It's extraction, but it's not PvP. PvE mode, yeah. I do not like their loading animations there. Their hands look weird. Why? It's like their arms are snapping. I don't like that. Off by default. PvE extraction mode, it's like survival from the first... If it's like survival from the first division. They did say they were taking something from the thing. Why is there so much lens flare? Can't... Why is everything so bright? Work as a team. Where's the teamwork? Oh, try vehicles. You know what? Honestly, I feel like I liked X-Killer more. The X-Killer? How did they say that? Both the devs had accents. The Cowboy Hitman game. Cyberpunk Cowboy Hitman. I don't know, I think they could use a couple more flashes. I could almost see the screen a couple times. They're true. What's going on? That is the crunchiest audio I have ever heard. Dude, what? Where did they get their sound effects? Is this? Where did they get? Did they go to a video game arcade and find the oldest, crunchiest Time Crisis cabinet and just hold their phone up to record the gunshots? Sure, why not? Okay. Who's Kev? Oh wait, this is the office fighter one. Okay, we've seen this trailer before. Crunchy audio is a feature of the game. yeah, I've seen this one before. This is the same trailer that I've had before for stuff. That game costs... That looks like it costs too much for it. Like, that game looks like it should cost $4. Oh! Guys, look, it's the same trailer. What?!
Last Man Sitting is a game
we
where
couldn't
you
have a different
blast
intro?
through the environment mounted on an office chair. So you're always on an office chair. And you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating,
Let's go
but
rewind.
It's also definitely a shooter.
And you guys also described the game as a battle royale. So does it lean BR? Is it more
I love
shooter?
his
Is it a
really
mix of both?
high
How's that
def
go?
fake gamer
So
room
many
behind
years
him.
ago, there's early like prototypes of the game. It was a battle royale game. And it sort of went viral and got,
My
like, a
favorite
lot of
part
followers
is
based on some
his
short,
headset mic
videos of the game. But then
confusing
as we,
his camera.
Developed the game more, we found that we wanted to gravitate away from that a bit. So we saw some limitations with the battle royale gameplay. Eventually, the
With
game
the
became more like a
140p camera. Hey, the game's in early access. They haven't made money off of it yet. You can't afford a better camera. All the money is going into this game.
Which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like different maps. There's different modes also. We worked.
We had
on the,
office chair combat in
PvP mode.
business school.
We also made a PvE mode.
Oh, I've
which
had
is
office
more
chair
like,
combat in my office.
Maybe best compared to Swarm survival games.
Best way is if you have like
So it's more
a
like
tiled
lightly
hallway
narrated story where you go up
and
against your
brooms.
manager, and you,
We
like,
didn't
go up
we didn't do
into
combat, we did
floors of an office
jousting.
building. You
So
have to
you'd have
survive for a
like
certain amount of
one
time.
person pushes your
There's,
chair
more
up
and
to a
more
certain point, and the other
enemies
person
coming
pushes their
that
chair to a
become
certain point, and
more
then you try to
numerous
knock
and
each other
more
off the
ridiculous as
chairs.
time goes by. There's mini bosses.
It's not a
there's
very
mini
good
bosses, and you,
for your
you level
health,
up, you get
I would
power
say.
ups. And this is where like you can get even more power-ups when playing the PvE
Yeah, chair
game.
jousting.
So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
You can do the same thing on
And you can
skateboards.
unlock, of course, new weapons.
That's also
new
a bit difficult to
characters,
do.
new abilities. You can upgrade your chair, so you can.
That was one of my questions. So
we looked a lot at
Better than
this,
shopping
like,
cart
early
jousting?
2000s
Shopping cart
aesthetic,
jousting's fun
which
too.
we thought was like really cool, especially.
How bad
like,
did
when we
you get
started
hurt?
designing the user interface. We
I
thought,
was
like,
usually the person
what if
pushing the
whole
chair. I
user
didn't want to be
interface
in the
just felt
chair.
like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have that those little square windows, and you have the font that we all remember.
I am
So eventually
down
the
for
game sort of
enabling my
became
friends to
more of
do
this,
stupid
like,
things.
2000s nostalgia type game.
Don't get hurt for me.
We also have a lot of like Counter-Strike players at the office.
Yeah.
So that's definitely something that I think has had its imprint on the game as well. Imagine it's 2002 and you're listening to punk music and you're playing on your Windows XP computer. That's sort of the feeling that we want the game to have.
See, like, they have full interviews that they've done, which is nice, but I feel like they should really have just, like, added that as a bonus option to add on. Because they spent so long talking about this, so now we're watching the next game trailer, right? Which there's nothing on the screen currently to indicate what it is. I think this is the one that you build your thing. Okay, we saw this one in one of the other showcases. Am I having golden joystick, I think? But after this, there should be one more because they're showing 4 of them. But then after the 4 games are like showcased, then they have their little weird round robin thing where they recap and talk about stuff that wasn't shown in any of the trailers, so you have no additional context. Hell's Steampunk Moving Castle. Exactly. Ew. Why is he just stanced up over there? Kind of insane. We're like 2.5 hours into this thing. Are we? How many trailers have they said? More than 40 games.
I say first up, we're going to talk about the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26 years at a single company in gaming. So talking to him, he was I was doing a
45
bit of glazing 'cause everything he
upcoming
said
titles.
felt like a storytelling experience, and so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version.
Oh
of
no, they
Division
said
1's original
3+ hours
Survival.
long.
And so it's a snowstorm impacted.
Total runtime is
weather
around
hits
3.5
Washington,
hours.
DC, and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original
Game segments of 3 to 4 games broken up with conversation in between.
But yeah, you have to fight for
How
survival
are we
out
supposed
in
to
the
have-
weather the elements? He says it's really shaping up, and also original players of Survival are going to experience. He couldn't tell me
You know
everything,
what?
but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered
This
things
makes
and things that are updated from the
one
original.
of Jake Lucky's,
that
like
they
Jake
did-
Lucky
that
was
they
like
did want, but he couldn't tell
super
me too much
critical
as to what
about
it was, besides that it's really
the
shaping
Game
up,
Awards
and it's really
showcases,
interesting,
and this
both
makes
the
sense now
newcoming
because
players,
he
you
was
don't
like,
have to
oh,
play Division or
we've got
Division 2 to
our
stumble
new
across
Game
this
Plus
and not just as
showcase
much.
that's
I
gonna
think
do
with
it
the
better.
success,
And I'm
obviously,
sitting here
of
being
games
like,
our creators right now. You even mentioned that. It's an interesting conversation around.
at
you
least
try
we
to
know what's
chase
going
those
on
things and copy stuff
in the Game
not even
Awards.
Copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as.
The guy
but, you
shaking
know,
is driving me up the
he
wall, and I'm not
realizes
even
probably
next
a
to
mix
him.
of things, like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here.
Now,
but they've
I know
also
some
had
people
an
are probably
image of where
feeling
they wanna be
self-conscious
and
because
where
I'm
they
talking
wanna
about like
go
the
for
like
quite some
bouncing
time
and
now,
stuff
now
and being
they're
on the
finally
same bench.
getting to breathe that into existence.
If you're
slowly.
going to be
They also talked a little bit about
on
Division 3,
screen
which
for a major amount of time, for like a talk show situation.
Julian said this. He said, it's shaping up to be a monster. And I said, I'm gonna clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game
this
that
guy
they
staring
can't
at
share
him
a lot
like
about.
that?
But we were excited just to hear that it's a monster, as much as people love these other games.
It's
Next up,
very
we had
distracting,
Alpha
yes,
Response,
yes.
coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this
Like-
guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very beginning.
I wonder how many
and
views
then to see,
dropped
like,
off
an
because it's such a
esport develop out of
slog.
it was just
I'm
crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but
I'm
he still
sure
has
it'll,
that
like-
shooter DNA in him, and so this is kind of a mission-based shooter, might you? And you also play as law enforcement.
having
but the goal is to complete a
such
series of
long
missions. And yeah, definitely remains true to
showcase
the
like
whole shooter.
showcasing the
Gooseman
videos,
DNA.
having such
It looks
long
like
parts.
Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of Counter-Strike, we talked to a guy who was highly inspired by
Oh, he
Counter-Strike,
backtracked
which
on
is
what he
so
was saying
cool
when
to
he
me to
started
have
reading
in
what the
showcase. So,
teleprompter said.
We have
Oh, boy.
the OG who made this game, then we have a
Like,
guy who's inspired by that
if-
guy. This was Last Man Sitting.
It's so ridiculous, and I love it.
It feels like a mixture of like Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but replace the skates with chairs.
If they had visuals up on the screen,
The clips are going to be insane.
Yeah.
You're going to see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are going to
they should know better. We live in TikTok shorts era. Surprised anyone thought this was a good idea. No, the thing is,
PvE, but at the core base of it, they want
unless
it to be PvP based. It's going to be a
you're
round-based game,
deeply
and so I
interested and
believe
have
4
some
players,
knowledge
so
on it,
super
it's not
competitive
very
lobbies,
interesting
but I think you can also
to watch people just
very
talking
chaotic, and it
about stuff
progresses
on
round
screen
by
without
round.
things
So
giving you
their
additional
unique feature
context.
in competitive balancing.
That's the thing.
It's the first player to win 5
This is like the
rounds,
least
but if you
stream friendly
lose a
thing I've
round,
seen. Yeah.
You get a power up. So you get an ability,
So,
and that is their way to
for
balance
example,
even the odds a little bit.
if I was watching something like this, something like this that would keep my attention, is if it was like multiple manga creators that I'm a fan of, that were talking about their process and what they've learned through like creating stories and creating stuff. Then I would be fully invested in listening. If it was an interview with Guillermo del Toro talking about why he chooses specific stories and talks about various things, that would also make it that way, you know?
And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be
Once
like,
they
oh,
get
that
to the
looks like
round
Counter-Strike, and
robin,
they'll say, yep, that was kind of
without
we're all
visual
thinking this.
context, just having the text on the corner of the screen, especially since they've been grouping games into very similar game type categories.
But what's our unique spin on it?
That's a disservice to the showcase.
You're never gonna believe this. You might want to sit down.
They could have thrown the round robin in at the end so I could skip it. Exactly.
Or finally, in that section, we had
well, the other
Sand,
thing is since we don't have a lot of context into why we should even value their opinion on stuff, because they don't give us reminders as to who is on the screen. We're not familiar with who these people are, who's talking.
Reminded me of another. I don't remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other game, but this. My favorite
Like,
part about this.
I understand that since it's a
your ship,
group of people that are doing the production themselves, 5 people is entirely too many on the screen for something like this.
Base builder, where you're like, yeah, you're building your own ship. Yeah, it's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also normal gunplay too as well,
Like-
though, which I found. At first I was like, oh, that looks cool, but then I saw there were like normal guns too.
Because they are
Like,
interrupting
it's a
each other.
New concepts, I feel like. Where
So it's jumping
were
around, so you don't know
probably,
what they're
I assume,
specifically
fans
talking
of
about on
Rust
things,
or-
right?
Or fans of different types of games.
2 to 3 would be
Like, okay,
good.
What if we make a moving base in the desert, and then you can explode people's bases?
2 to
or-
3 would be good.
I'm curious. We didn't see it in the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's
I'm
bases.
pretty sure you.
That'd be the coolest part. If you
Pretty
raid
sure-
raid
Like
their
jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty
on
sure
the-
you can take other people's bases. I'm pretty sure.
Like, okay, saying something like that is not helpful. Like, saying
Next up,
something
we have
that
a
you're not
section that a couple of us are definitely going to be
talking
very
about a
excited
feature that you don't
This
know for
is the
certain is going to be in a
25th
game or
that
not.
Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point.
You
which
should
is
not be
extremely
doing
impressive. I know Jake and I have
in
been
a
playing
game
it our
showcase.
entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds. The
Trinity.
Right. So
Also,
3 games,
I am
massive games
that
have been around for a long time.
gonna nitpick a little bit here. I know a lot of people know RuneScape. I don't feel like in that presenting image there that they should truncate it down to old school rune, like OSRS.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see how Hunter has like a
Like,
side
show the full text first, then condense it down so there's a visual for people that know about it, you know?
I'm north of 1800.
Feels like a Discord chat room. They keep talking over each other and it bothers me.
I
Yes.
knew you were gonna lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games. We're super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive things.
I've
over the past
enjoyed the
year, I
extended
would say.
trailers
They
and the
did
dev
Far
insights,
More
so I completely clock out for
with,
each of the round
Jake's
robins.
favorite, the
Exactly.
Gemstone Crab, just AFK there, it's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have what the.
I didn't know what
Grandmaster
OSRS
this year,
was,
which
so
is
you
super
mentioned
fun.
it.
I played that one. They
That's-
also added sailing most
there's
recently, which is
a common
the first new
thread
skill ever
in how they've been
old school RuneScape.
presenting
Had a lot
this
of back and
showcase,
forth.
which
My
is they're
favorite part about it is
relying
the fact that they
on
listened to the community a
the
lot in the
viewers
release of it.
to
The
have
exclusive they
a
gave us
certain
was
level
this
of
new
knowledge
logo
expertise
reveal for the
for a
next
wide
league
range of
season.
games, which is a problem. Because you don't have that.
So that was League 6, Demonic Packs. We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every
Why?
time. So
Why?
I imagine a lot of those WoW players
Why?
are gonna come back and be a part of
Why
that.
was there
Outside
peaks
of
during that game
RuneScape
time?
3 was also in the news a
Why
lot
is that
this year.
exciting?
For a variety of
What
reasons.
is
One of
leaks?
the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest
Like-
monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO
That-
genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason.
It would have been better to just be like, that's what we have so far. Like,
we need monetization, but at what point is it too
Yeah.
much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player,
what's
log
going on? Exactly.
You're probably like, what is going on?
Yeah.
RuneScape should be
that's very
about
cool. They
Game
also gave us
27.
the image of their anniversary cape.
Okay, well, we
So it's
have.
fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh man.
And then finally, we also had
Like-
Dragon Wilds, which is a game that we are very excited about.
Another
too.
incredible
I mean,
game.
we are big fans of those types of games.
What type of game is
Valheim,
it?
We spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this, we were super stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they
Can
talked
you
a lot
give a
about
synopsis? Okay,
their,
like Valheim.
1.0 release and everything
Where's
that's
the
coming.
synopsis
For
about
those
what the
unaware,
type of game
Dragon
is?
Wilds is the survival game inspired by RuneScape, and so being a big survival game guy.
Why didn't
and
you
my
say that
love
at the
for
start?
RuneScape, it was kind of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are.
Why
aiming
did
for
they
that full
present
release,
the
though.
games like
It's
this
still a
instead of
great
showing
game
the
and
3
getting better and
trailers?
better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
you would like to play. 'Cause it's
Dragon
just like
Wilds
that.
is
You
a
can
survival
spend a ton of
crafter
time
in
building
RuneScape
your
world.
house
Wouldn't
and
that have
making
been
it,
great if they would have
better
said
and
that
better.
right at the
And then they're
beginning?
also adding iconic RuneScape
Throwing a
games.
huge
Again,
roadmap
we
on the
talked
screen
about
for
that with
10
Blake the
seconds
Cube.
is an amazing
It's cool
bit.
to see a world you already love in another format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah. They already have released their roadmap, but we have a lot of cool stuff.
What's the
that
fresh
is coming to
twist?
the game that
What
RuneScape
makes it a
players will
fresh
recognize.
twist? You
New
cannot
skills
throw
come
out
at each
buzzwords
time.
without.
So, fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out. There's 3 new regions next year coming with the 1.0 update, like over time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which is their next region. You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
he's not gonna make it
from
to
RuneScape. If this is the Black Knight's fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm going to continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple
Oh, yeah, I
of
recognize
creators that you
them.
might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years old. And the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I
He's
think the
played
game
RuneScape
right
for
now,
23
RuneScape
years.
is in the best place it's ever been. But Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever.
Oh, he has
actually
Remy
been.
on
in
his mic.
2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content such as sailing, Barlamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises. We'll be getting more info at the Winter Summit, the finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline, but personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I
would
know
have been
nothing about
so
right now, so I can't
helpful
really say much,
if
but that is
they
the thing I am
had
the most
put
excited for and have been the most excited for
up
years
on
to
the
come.
screen
As of right now.
explaining what
And
he's
if that is
talking
not
about.
everything, we have Leagues 6, and I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6 demonic pacts. All I can say. That's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026.
What does that
Can't fact check that. I
Who's
do
he?
not know.
Oh, he's a content
But that
creator,
means
a
League 6
RuneScape
may
content
contain
creator,
Blood Moon
and has been playing for
Rises
23
and
years,
Raids 4
which
inside
he's
of
qualified to
whatever
talk
League
on
6
this.
is
That's
gonna
good.
be, and that is going to
But
be incredible.
this feels
As for
like
RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player
it's
or ambassador
for
of RuneScape 3.
people
I am
that
more on the
already
old
play and
school
know.
side, but there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind, and so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with Ashen Veil, I believe it was called. And then the most recent expansion, Fell Hollow. I recently have played that one as well, and I have completed it. And Dragon Wilds
there's not enough.
is a game where it's not even fully released. But when I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully
Also, Sausage Juice,
released
thank
to
you.
everybody, completely done. But you can play it now. You will only just get the first 2 expansions, and the first 2 expansions as a standalone game
Thank you for the YouTube membership.
is incredible.
This
I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the
This-
entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So
I-
far, the gameplay
I
is
am so
incredible.
frustrated
Whoever's
by
working
this
behind that team,
because
honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when.
There's
again,
things
it's gonna
that they
be a
could do
masterpiece when it's fully
that
done, when you can start a new character, go through Ashen Veil,
that
go
would
through
make
Fell
this
Hollow,
so
and then
much
go through
more
the next 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, whatever level of
understandable.
different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right now we have Ashen Veil, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion fairly soon into 2026.
You have a degree in marketing, right? I have a
And that will be
degree
the
in
release of the
business with a
Mithril
focus in
and
marketing.
fishing
Yes.
skill. Honestly, Jagex, 25-year anniversary, the game, the company, everything. It's looking good, and I'm very, very excited for the future.
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
Why? Like,
Next up, we have a group
there's
of 4
so many
games, that being
things
Darklight Survivor
that they
coming
say
from Mirai
that
Co. Tape 101 coming from Subversa, in Unawake from Reality.
If they have
Art
a
Studio,
teleprompter, why is he
Nested Lands
reading
from
off of
Its Horde.
this poor laptop, which is holding on for dear life with an external battery plugged in? Well, Umgak, it is a like non-sponsored, non-official production type of one. They're trying to make it a more official production type of one, but like this is people who are super excited about doing something and bit off more than they can chew. I don't even know if it was they bit off more than they can chew. I do like the isometric option, that's cool. It feels like there wasn't a lot of... It feels like not a lot of thought was put into things. No, Anfang, somebody asked if I have a marketing degree. I'm not saying that my marketing degree is why I can recognize anything on this. I was answering somebody's question. That's what it was. I wasn't me being like, I've got a marketing degree, so I know. No, that wasn't that. Most of the stuff I've been pulling up about this is based on like regular observation and like knowing about how context should flow with things. Yeah. I think they have potential, they have some work to do. It just feels like when you're making a show or something, you need to have kind of an idea of who the audience is that you're presenting it to, right?
Bring out your dead.
Who's saying bring out your dead? They don't have the cart. You need to have a cart for that.
Smell like shite.
This is a learning experience for them. It really will be. They have all the ingredients on the table but not the right recipe yet? Yeah. Hopefully they listen to feedback at all. Yes. Is this bell right? I don't know. They showed briefly at the top of the screen what the 4 games were that they were going to talk about. And then they just cut things over without putting... Like, if you've already announced what it is, it should have... No, Nested Lands. They should have some kind of overlay somewhere while you're viewing it. It should be easy for people to understand when they're looking at it. Because the showcase isn't like a show that you're gonna sit down and watch the entire thing, right? It should be something that people can just like look over at and get as much information as they need on the screen. New backrooms? It looks like it. Tape 101. It's not backrooms.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom, and honor.
3.5 hours is just too much. Yeah. I feel like maximum 2 hours. But the thing is, a lot of the other stuff that we have to sit through is like the Game Awards or the Golden Joysticks where they have rewards, like awards that they're going through. I feel like if they're gonna do a showcase, having a story trailer or something with like a blip, this is Lords of the Fallen too. If they had like some kind of blip explaining what's upcoming for the game, the release date, or when the expected release is. Tape 101, a psychological horror descending through liminal spaces shaped by the Kubler-Ross model. The 5 stages of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, where your perception and an RC car are the only tools to grasp what is real. Like... when you watch a game showcase, it's usually for a single company or a genre of games you like. Not here, though. Yeah. RC car, apparently. Whee! Wait, was that the Golden Joystick? Golden Joystick was an award show, which was really funny because of Maggie, the host of the show. She's the voice of Lady Dimitrescu. She's very funny. Oh my god, she made the entire show. God, I love her.
Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top down, you had third person, and something else.
No, Matt.
The instantaneous
the
switch,
previous one, the 101 one.
But then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt to.
That's
it's
insane.
really sick.
I love Maggie. She's actually funny. I love Maggie.
I was like, wait, is that what it's doing?
She's she's great. She's so endearing. I love her.
Such a crazy. understanding. Such a crazy feature.
So it's a game like a roguelike game.
Yeah.
And a little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can either have the top-down view, first-person view, whatever you prefer, and you swap all the time. Sick.
It would be nice if there was like
about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting
that,
certain things.
Maybe if you're seeing a boss.
Because on the surface, it seems like
they
it's just
keep
like, oh, it's a personal preference thing.
But making put your legs down, dear God.
Like if you're in a certain
all of
situation,
them.
I should go top
all
down.
of them.
Depending the skill that you use.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as
I'm going crazy
mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026.
And his necklace keeps on rotating around.
We've said this a lot of times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches.
Anyways,
player feedback.
One of the critiques that I have about this round robin section is there is potential for the round robin thing to work. However, they need to keep things very succinct.
As far as I'm aware, so it should be fun.
Like,
we had Tape 101,
should be fun.
A game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally.
That is such a nothing statement.
These things are true. Yeah,
like,
you guys know me so well.
It has really innovative gameplay.
It's not a jump scare game.
Yeah,
that is a nothing statement.
Jump scares. It's
I need
specifically psychological.
Specifics. If you're gonna make a claim about it, you need to give the specific to it.
You will not have jump scares, but you will have nightmares.
You know the thing is, that sounds like something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like,
there's no jump
they're
scares.
not. They're being.
They sound like my chat. Anytime
What
I
they're?
play a scary
Why are you
game.
bringing up your chat and jump scare games? Like,
unresolved problems.
They're giving no context to the Tape 101 game.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them for doing
that. That would be awesome. I was definitely unnerved by just the music, whatever's going on in the background. They did a great job.
But there's cool little twists to the background.
They're not elaborating
At times
on
You're
stuff.
also hallucinating because of like the camera.
Well, it's like video camera, and you were in
This
RC
showcase
car
has
during
innovative
certain points,
segments
like
with fresh
exploring it.
perspectives.
We have
Yeah.
nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management in survival type of game, where obviously very medieval. A lot of, I mean, what was the last shot? Like throwing bodies on a fire?
Yeah.
I love watching his eyes dart back and forth as he's trying to.
I love.
Why is he also in Nike? You have the fanciest shoes of everybody on the screen, but you're wearing the same socks as the guy on the far right side. Did they all just roll up and go, "Hey guys, did you remember your socks today?" And they're all wearing the same socks.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be.
Yeah, they even show the burning bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, you lost some of your peeps.
Each host is trying to get their one-liner about the game, and yeah, which is why I feel like they really should have just had like maximum 3 people on the screen for this.
You have to survive, and he was like hunting stuff, and like that, but I imagine you're also recruiting people for your settlement as like the king, and then you have to like choose who to recruit and build out a village.
Initially, may start with you doing.
I also worry that mentioning other games to compare the games
they're
they're presenting is going to harm their image. I'm not sure this is a good idea. I
your
understand
exactly
comparing specific
finally we had
gameplay
Unawake,
mechanics
a
to other
game,
games.
A first-person
Okay?
action game mixed kind of a.
They are
a
not
little
doing
bit of
that.
fantasy.
They're
You're
using
battling
it
hordes,
as like a
with
broad
melee,
term.
ranged weapons. It's hack and slash.
So, for
it's
example,
roguelike, looks
the girl
like
here said that the first game
to me.
I mean, honestly, it's a
plays
hard
like
direction.
Vampire Survivors and Megabomb.
Those environments, you see them, and it's just.
That is a not
but
very
something
good
about it,
comparison
I
to
don't
make
even know if I
there.
have a comparison. For
Only
some
reason
in the
I'm
back of my
pointing
mind,
her
this
out is
Mordor
because I actually remembered what she was
like,
talking about.
It just looked really good.
Because I recognize the games. The other guys, I forgot them saying stuff. They've all been doing this the entire time. If you're going to be making a comparison between games for gameplay reasons and such, you need to narrow down what exactly is the similarity between them and what makes it different.
Be moddable after release, which I think is really cool.
Okay.
People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central skill and stat tree.
Now
that
I
is
demand the
similar
next
to Path of
showcase cheese
Exile,
and white
but
Nike
it's
socks
more
also.
approachable.
Yeah. Why did they exclude the two people on the left couch
Lots of complexity,
from the
lots
white
of
Nike sock
interlocking
gang?
skills, layers of progression.
So I think a lot of it's going to be.
It has
a
the
game for
combat of
people
X
who
versus
really
it plays
their
like
builds
X, or it
and
has
like, okay, how can I
combat
specialize in this?
similarities
Oh, dude, I'm
to
doing this all
X,
day, just
in that you have example 1, example 2, but there's also this additional difference.
And then the double
Like
sword grab that
if
we're
you
doing,
have
good
something
or
like
bad.
that, then it's okay.
And the fact it's moddable,
To name
I would
drop.
love to see the direction that goes.
This game is just like Dead by Daylight. Exactly. Like that is a
additional
disservice to the
levels,
game.
Boss fights, romance, unironically, you could add that if you wanted. Like
That would
lots
require
of-
actually knowing about the games for in-depth though,
world is
which I fear for 45 games you can't really do. True, you cannot, unless you're gonna break it down into separate things that you're showing.
A mod could brighten the world up a little bit.
Yeah, the
Next up,
game
we have
plays
a
like an
very
action
exciting
RPG,
segment
yeah.
Where we actually got to sit down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series, as I understand it, Anatoly Shestov.
Oh, it is, Taya. I enabled that one for the sake of the comparison thing.
My enemies from without. My enemies from beyond.
Owlcat's here twice. Well, they had to
Imagine
separate it to
you're
Warhammer
playing
40K.
inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust.
I
That's
need a
basically
single
how I would
player
describe it. Just
Warhammer
imagine
40K
the
game
true Warhammerish
where you are a
stories
Harlequin
where
and you
no
are just
choices are good, but you
doing
don't
whatever
have an
you
option
think is funniest.
to
That's what I
go
want.
away. You need to get your hands dirty, and it's
The art is
just
cool, but I can barely understand
a
this guy.
matter of how precise
They
you
really
will achieve
should
this. One
have
of the,
subtitles
most significant changes that
baked
any
in
player
for
would
this.
experience compared to the Rogue Trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with. The
Anybody know
covers,
how
the
many
line
games
of
they've
sight,
showed so far, more or less?
we reveal how they
Like
are calculated, how they are working.
Old School RuneScape
and
should have
how-
been the
how
27th
much
game, right?
benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step up mechanics. So if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall.
Like-
there won't be like one circle around you that allows you to step up of this cover.
What's
and to shoot
showing
at
on
anything.
the
If
screen
you
has
cancel
nothing to
the
do
place where you
with
start
what the
your
guy
turn,
is
the
saying
place
right
where
now.
You're ending your turn would be more significant. Other thing
Like-
is role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something, lots of the things make your opponents roll something, so it's not
They're
just
talking
your
about roles
weapon skill
currently.
or
There's
ballistic
nothing on the
skill,
screen
it's
showcasing
way
that
more,
whatsoever. That is
way more
like
significant influence of the role-playing choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game will have alternative ways to finish them. not just killing all
Nico,
your enemies.
animations cost
We
way more
are
than that,
allowing
first of all. Second of
player
all,
to target
that is not the
specific
commentary
parts of
I'm
the
making
body
right
of the
now. It
enemy,
is fine
and by doing
that they're
this, we're
showcasing, like they have the
allowing
gameplay and
to
stuff.
make
Them,
the opponent lose an option to move or lose
what
an option
the issue
to,
currently
use
is
abilities. There are
is the stuff on
different
screen
ways
is not
how you
reflecting
can
anything that he's
technically
saying right now.
approach your desire, your design of how to proceed with the combat. And of course, there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was a party-based, and you spend it
Like,
to activate some heroic moments of a.
There
of
needs
your
to be, if you're going to have
for
this
the
in-depth
dark heresy,
of
we
something,
feel
you
it
need to have additional
need to be
stuff.
more intimate, more personal.
I need to know
and
what they were
not just
asking
for
them
your party.
for this part
We are not just
on
telling a story through the environment or
the
the words of
the screen,
in the dialogue.
you know?
No, we're actually making a cases. We're actually
This is such a disservice,
making
I can't
the
get over it. It
culprits.
is.
We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue.
Like, if we
and
had-
analyzing them and making conclusions.
This is so frustrating.
There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla because you're not playing in a vacuum and
Oh
you
my
need
God.
to struggle for power. But most of the time, you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and the person who need to
At least
make
they're not
hard
interrupting the
choices.
devs. They're
One of
not.
the most,
But
significant ways
I am.
of the influence of a story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which
I wonder if they
case
got
is
handed
more
a generic
important.
PR package for video.
For example, there
Fair.
is a under spire
If
slums,
that
and this
does
is a
happen,
toxic
then you
waste,
need to
and the
rework
level of
what you're
toxic seeds
presenting
grow.
so that that
And
doesn't
if you're
happen.
going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby, and there will be people getting ready to be consumed by
girldm is
toxic
the
waste.
Mystery Science Theater
But if you are
3000 part.
going
Yes,
there
I am.
late stage,
Yes.
there
Did they
will
even
be
introduce this
actual
section?
toxic
They,
seed,
well,
and
they
you
said
will
we're
be
really
playing
excited to
around
have
with
this
it. There will
exclusive
be
interview
changes in
where we're
the
talking about
geography,
stuff.
changes
But
in,
why are you
in the
excited?
combat encounters of how
We don't
they're
have enough
playing,
context about the
changes in
game, about the
narrative,
information about it, for
behind the
anything
scenes,
he's saying in this
changing
interview
based on the
to be
times,
relevant.
how you decided, how you approach this.
Like, if you're going to have an interview and you're going to have a segment of that interview explaining about things, then you need to tighten things up so it's understandable for the viewer. Like, they need to have these interviews are just a voice wall of text. That's what most interviews are.
Is there anything you can tell us about like new factions, new notable characters, or iconic Warhammer 40k lore?
There would be
Where's the other half of the conversation if it's an interview? You're right. That previous one, that was a monologue, that was not an interview.
As a rogue trader, as a treason, it would be some interesting takes on Astra Militarum. I won't share specifics not to spoil the fun, but it would be there. And there would be some brand new systems, like augments ones. You will be able to replace some parts of your body with interesting pieces of Imperium technology. There would be some elaboration on a story of
The other
world
thing
behind
here
the main road of the
is
Inquisitor
that-
Alcazar shenanigans. Let's say it like this: it would be some interesting dive on a past of the von Valancius dynasty.
This
even
also kind of
further
showcases
than Theodora.
that
there would be some new
the
takes
people
on how
that
dangerous wildlife
I feel
can
like
be. Other thing
are not
that
read up on doing
definitely
interviews
we will provide for the player
because
is, some vaults, the treason vaults, some collections of,
I said this
pretty
before.
wild things
If you're gonna
being
do an
gathered
interview
by these,
with somebody and you need to use what they're saying for something to
this
show to
is a
other people
rogue
later,
trader story, and the rogue trader is kind of part
Then
of his void ship. So there would
you
be
need to
some,
give the person that you are interviewing, you need to tell them,
void ship,
can you tell me
new places to
in
visit,
4 to
some
5
old
sentences?
places to
I could have said something
revisit.
else.
It would be new
You should be
campaign
saying thank you
with
to me
a
right now.
whole set
4 to
of
5
unique mechanics
sentences.
inside it.
Tell me what is a mechanic you're most excited about in the game.
System of augmentation.
Can you tell me in a few words what's something you think players are going to really enjoy about this?
Adamant ones, you will have such an option, not just
Like,
hands from the biomonster,
and the other
but
thing
there
is you need to send these questions to the people you are interviewing in advance so they are prepared in order to answer them succinctly.
The late game parts of the Rogue Trader and expand it not mechanically, but expand
Why would
it
someone
in
want to play your game
100% of the different aspects
in
of
30
the
seconds or less? Like that kind of thing. You need to have...
Let's first talk about the new DLC for Rogue Trader.
Actually, I'm gonna interrupt you. Can you tell people generally, basic bitches like Jake, can you explain Warhammer 40k as general? Like what's the playthrough about?
We actually asked Anatoly to describe all of this for people not familiar with Warhammer, and this is how he described it.
Imagine you're playing.
Why is the one
inside
person that
Warhammer
you're going to go
universe
and interrupt on the
by
screen the woman?
guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge
And then transition
of
it
the
over.
things to make Imperium stand for one more day before grumbling to dust. That's basically how I would describe it.
There's a new companion, and there's also this.
Got interrupted, then asked to explain it, and then she didn't get to explain it.
And
They're also doing things like new environments. They're revisiting previous environments and then overhauling them. They're altering and...
He actually asked to interrupt. So it's progress, I guess. This entire show, they've been interrupting each other for no reason.
Roadway. This DLC alone offers 12 to 15 hours of additional content.
She didn't
There's
even
a
get
lot
to
of
explain.
meat on the bone.
so I'm very happy. I was
That wasn't even a good explanation. That was a repeat of the line from the last video.
Yes, this game is going to be fully voice acted. And I'm really excited because it helps people to, have like this depth and this, to understand how the characters really feel, especially in a world that's so heavy. And
Feels like they're fighting for screen time. It really does.
Dark even at times. But
Unfortunately,
to be clear,
they're all
Dark
content
Heresy is
creators.
It's not like a sequel to Rogue Trader.
What's planking? It's a Zippo. I'm sorry.
It works different mechanically. There's different things going on. But
Also, you're gonna
my
ask what is
understanding,
40K at the end of all that
speaking with
yapping?
Anatoly, was that
Right?
It's going to be a very narrative focus. That's the primary concern. Not that Rogue Trader was not a focus, but
What role do the
that's
bros on the
where
far right side,
a lot of
the
effort
far
is
right
going with the
couches?
voice,
They are
cast
doing the same thing the people on the left are doing.
narrative
And
is,
then
like,
being distracting by putting their knees up
One of
every
the
single
things
time.
that I really enjoyed that he mentioned was you can target any enemy's specific body parts to sever them during fight.
That was the coolest part that I'd seen.
So it's really nice because if
Did you get fuel for the Zippo yet? No, I haven't had time.
They're very fast, so you want to target
Take a
their
drink.
legs, you cripple them, and so on. Not only that, but you know how sometimes you get
Every time
into
they
a
look at the
very awkward
teleprompter, I can't.
situation where you're
They didn't even explain
crushing
40K.
combat, and there is still that one guy that, in spite all his friends being dead in the battlefield, he's still trying his best. That's not.
Don't assume
that's not
knowledge,
going to
but
be
at the same time, don't talk down to your
enemies Can
audience.
surrender.
Like,
they can run away. They can try to sometimes maybe.
I'm gonna say it straight up.
negotiate their way out
40K
of
players
this, and
already
it's up
do
to
not
you to
have the
decide
most
what
stellar reputation
hearing
for
all
how
those
they
combat
treat
options
people
was
that
the
don't
coolest
know
thing
what
to hear him talk
40K
about.
is.
Like you can render your opponent useless in whatever.
And that was a
different
great
lane you wanna
example
actually target, but
of
you can also
why they
make
don't
them
have the best
blind.
reputation for
There's
that.
so many different unique features to the combat where even when I was listening to talk about it, I was like, okay, wow, I've never played a game like this, but it sounds really intriguing.
Yeah, and it was just interesting to see Anatoly describe how the team wanted to revisit some of those things that are taken for granted in RPGs, like the concept of just an enemy. Well, you fight until all the enemies are dead, and that's it.
If you
But
need
the
a
team
brief
went back and was
synopsis
like,
of 40K,
that doesn't like necessarily make sense. Like sometimes the
you
guy
want to
would be like,
present
"You
it in a
just
way that's
blew his
interesting.
head
We need
off. You
Maggie.
just
Maggie, come
exploded
back.
that
Maggie, Maggie, please come back, Maggie. I only want Maggie to talk to me about video games. She'll be funny and relatable and give clear information.
So, question for the group that I want to spin off of this. How do you play these games? Like, okay,
I don't think she even really
now
does
we
this
know
type of
this
interview
critical
content. I
system,
usually
you
see
can
her
blow
doing
their
crazy
arm
Baldur's
off.
Gate or
You can maim
Soulsborne
them,
stuff.
and they will
Well,
surrender, maybe.
We know how she's gonna.
all
play it.
of the people that are on the screen right now are
It's
content
remote
creators.
process. Let me take one arm and then feed him that arm while
That's-
I take off the other arm.
all of them
are.
are.
You surrendering? I can't hear what you're saying. Too late. Yeah.
I think he understands me. There's some things that.
Why don't bring in content
really
creators who don't play anything like the game the fluff piece is about? Because they do have a teleprompter they are reading off of that they are sharing the
Are
information.
as excited as I am for this one.
And I can't stress enough, Owlcat games.
But
they know what they're doing when it comes to CRPGs. Like,
Do they? Where's the example?
Not to be messed with. They know what they're doing, and I think this is one to keep.
Oh, just trust me. Okay, yeah, no example. Okay, see, they keep
Next
doing
up,
this.
games I would consider kind of couch co-op games that I would have fun sitting and playing with people, like at a party or with my family. This is going to be Towerborn, coming from Stoic and Xbox.
It is
Game
their show.
Studios. We have Sprint City.
Just
from
trust me.
Double
Oh,
Dutch Games.
the
These are the creators
Owlcat
of
game
Speedrunner
has done so many
and
things.
Genshin
You should trust them
Impact,
for this kind
coming
of.
from
Why?
Undercoders.
I would describe this as a brawler meets action RPG. This is an awesome entry into the brawler space as somebody who tends to play a lot of RPGs. And
Okay, well,
MMOs,
thank you for
so I have
keeping
a lot
that
of
part
brain
at the
space
very
and, like,
beginning
I
of
wanna
this.
make
Thank you.
really
So now
cool
we know what kind of
builds,
game it is, because
little
most of the time we
less so
don't.
in, like, how do I actually dodge and get out of things and find my openings? Early on, I was able to kind of compensate for that by finding nice little gear and little pieces to put together to eventually build.
Hey, someone with
brawler
training.
skill
Yeah.
set. And I find myself kind of going back and forth as we play test between like, oh, I'm finding something that's a little difficult here. Well, what can I do with my gear set in order to tweak things, or like, is there a different skill that I should pick up for this particular encounter? And then be able to
Beat 'em ups are still alive. Oh, you should check out Absalom. Beat 'em ups are definitely still alive. Absalom is a really great example of one.
Currently,
Absalom is a roguelite multiplayer.
It's a tower that was set up for mysterious purposes,
progression. It's
but,
great. It's really good.
turned out to be a
It's
pretty good
very
season for
fun
folks
and
after the
much
fall
longer than you
of
think it
their
is.
stronghold, the City of Numbers.
I tried Absalom
The
yesterday. It's
player
lovely. It is
helping
lovely.
humanity as they can.
I like
getting
the frog.
refugees to safety, battling the beastkin that have risen and have become incredibly aggressive, while ultimately attempting to find out why did numbers fall and what conspiracy is still brewing there.
We wanted players to experience a brawler-type combat inside like a Diablo-style RPG gear sort of system, and so
See,
we've
that
spent a lot of time.
that is how
over
you
the
make a
last
game comparison.
6 months or so, taking a ton of feedback from our players to really kind of hone that particular system. So players should be able to
Diablo-like
come in,
gear
pick one of the
system.
4 classes
That
that we have.
That's a
They'll see
very
whole
good
new set
comparison.
of skills. They'll find a whole bunch
That's
of new
good.
equipment. And the idea should be
Why should
that
one of the main
they
hosts does mainly do
should
other kinds of
feel
content? Because
like
super hard,
one
high level game
of
throughs are very
several
different from
heroes
interview type
going
stuff.
in and just being a bunch of like awesome
We have no
monsters
context
who
on
try
who
to
anybody
act
else is because they haven't
enemies,
said,
the
like, we know
lieutenants
this
and
guy's
bosses.
Jake Lucky.
I think
Most of the
people are
time I
gonna
see his Twitter
feel
posts.
like
That's literally
quite
it.
Quite the
But-
adventure as they go into the updated version of Towerborn. Stoic has always
Like-
tried to be player first. When we decided to do early access for Towerborn, a lot of that was born out of we had a vision of trying to
Like
evolve
Jake
the
and we know the last
brawler
is name too.
into
I don't know
something
who she is because I
bigger,
don't
something that hadn't
I
really
haven't
been done
seen her really
before.
too much. I
You
do
can
know
see
that she does
other
stuff like
games have
beating
taken
Dark
different
Souls on a
routes, you know,
DDR pad, right?
Some have taken kind of the roguelite route, some stayed into the traditional. We wanted to kind of expand it to more like the true action RPG.
It's just Jake, yeah.
And in order to do that, early access was very, very important.
This is so refreshing compared to the last discussion. This is so nice.
And what wasn't. Simultaneously, we didn't want to be caught in early access limbo, right? Like, I'm sure this is the kind of things that you would love to talk about. I love to talk about them too. How do you not
Each
stay in early
showcase,
access for
her name is
7
Luality.
years?
Okay.
Our intent and
If each
purpose was,
showcase
we need
would
to
have been
come
like
out of early
this.
access solid, and there is a certain point where you
This
just
would have been so good.
select
She beat
everything.
BG3 solo
Most
as
of the
evil
feedback that's
Shadowheart
coming in
monk.
either kind of
Okay, nice.
falls into an existing category. Hey, a lot of people have said this thing. You know, maybe you might get something new, but you look at it and you're like, yes, it's new, but it's not reaching the, kind of urgency that some of these other things are. We have a good list of things now. This is kind of what the players have told us. We need to really deliver on that. And the best way we can deliver on that is just, put your head down, focus, and create an experience that I believe is worthy of coming out of early access, that people should look at that and say like, oh, okay, I see why you did it. Absolutely was worth it. I can see a clear night and day difference between what is in live right now and what I am receiving when you go into the 1.0.
One of the big pieces was that folks were big fans of certain pieces of actual gear that you would earn through the game, but there was no cosmetic version of that, and so you had to make the choice of like, do I want to look good, or do I want to look a little janky but more powerful? And so we added the ability to be able to create a cosmetic version of the gear that you earn through writs, which are.
So I feel like at this point, this is really interesting. I do like this a lot.
Towerborn was we just want to make a
I feel like now
light story in the background.
they've gone a little too far.
Stoic, narrative
for the interview
have,
part.
And we just kind of wanted to take a bit
like
of a
this
breather.
part of it
We
feels like going more in depth,
perhaps incorrectly,
past like the general gameplay and like
would see it for what
some
it is
teasers on what
and be
the
okay
system
with it. But it
is.
turned out a lot of people
Now
were
it's
like,
too long for
"We
being
have
part of the main
something
show.
very
It is
interesting
really
in the
interesting. It
background
is
here."
really good.
You
This
know,
part should be in the full
we
interview
actually
section.
really want to know what's going on. We really would like something more clearly leading us through, and so we've
Especially
spent
since
a
they
very
have the full interviews on
significant amount of
YouTube.
time and
Yes.
resource to put a narrative from the jump, and so there's an arc now. There's a primary antagonist. You will understand that antagonist. You will confront that antagonist, and there will be resolution. And so there's probably
Okay, full game officially releases. Okay.
12 to 20-ish hour story arc now in the game that players can look forward to and feel like there's a resolution to the Towerborn.
If they knew the final show was going to take a set amount of time, so the editors are picking the best presenters from the company, I don't know. Like, I don't think this needed to be 3.5 hours long. Whee! You know what? We could have just had 3 hours of stuff like this. I would have been so happy. Oh, heck yeah, with the Ferris wheel, let's go.
Hello, we're Undercoders, and in the studio based in Barcelona. Recently, we've been focused on developing 3D platformers, but our studio is heavily influenced by arcade classics, Japanese culture, and extreme sports games. And Dense Attack is our dream project, a step forward for the studio combining everything we love.
See ya, Corpse. Core
In
game.
Dense Attack, you'll discover
Ooh, look at that's a
not-so-distant
Steam
future of
Deck.
Japan in which local railways have been abandoned and are now used by underground gangs to compete in illegal contests of train acrobatics. You'll have to rack up points by chaining tricks, explore huge levels, race against rival crews, and uncover a wild story as you travel through Japan taking the railways back. We are making a game that is not just about what
Yay,
you
subtitles,
do, but how
yep.
you do it. It's expressive, stylish, and totally up to you. From our first trips in the late 90s, we've been obsessed by traveling across Japan by train and being able to dive into the local culture, getting to know the architecture, the landscapes, the folklore, and we're always captivated by the sheer contrast of their peaceful countryside and the high energy of its huge cities, which somehow feels connected and part of the same
Oh, wait,
cultural
that was
rhythm.
Nagoya.
It's a never-ending source of inspiration that has
The
been
Osu,
fueling
the
our
Osu
creative
500, that was
energies throughout
Nagoya.
all the
That was my
years
old
and
city.
has now materialized in Dense Attack.
Yippee!
On your adventure, you'll find a variety of challenges to move forward, from trip pack arenas to compete for high scores, to objective-based exploration levels, and even racing circuits.
It's fun there, it
The
is.
world is packed with a bunch of unique characters from different gangs and personalities that you will have to face on your journey through Japan. And
They've
with
got
every new challenge, you will
Gyarus and
go as a dungeon attacker
Manbas.
and further add to the chaos. We've handcrafted every stage from the ground up, pulling from real-world locations to make every landscape different but recognizable. You will go really fast, but if you look closely, you'll catch references to every corner
Kai's gonna
of
love this
Japanese
game.
culture.
Yeah.
You'll be fighting wild boss battles against gang leaders, which will test everything that you've learned.
Oh my, oh, this game's peak. Oh my god. Do the
These are
Gyarus
always
get a
full of
Gundam?
surprises. You'll never know what secret technique your rival hides, so you'll have to get creative to overcome them with your train. They're a mix of spectacle,
Voltron would probably be closer because it's
challenge
combined by a
that
bunch of
one could
stuff
expect
and as a
for an
rocket. Yeah,
anime-style
Voltron.
showdown
Gyaru
mid-game.
Voltron? Baseball Dune?
Dense Attack is a love letter
A
to
Gundam,
anime, skate
please?
games, and Japan's iconic train system. If you like Jet Set Radio, Tony Hawk, or Dense to Go, you can't miss this train. Pun intended.
Wishlist now. We can wait to show you more.
Okay, I like them. This seems great. Thank you for presenting a subtitled video that
Hey, what's
showcases
up?
a bunch of stuff.
Welcome to Dense Attack. It's the best game in the world. See ya, see ya,
The
see ya.
best game in the world.
Hello, we're Undercoders. Hello, hello.
Oh, they have a blooper reel too.
Wishlist now. Wishlist
They
now.
included bloopers.
Wishlist now. We can't wait to show you more.
Well done. They knew what they were doing. Like, if the showcase would have been stuff like that, that's like what I was hoping for the showcase. That would have shown a level of like understanding and polish. Nate, thanks for the raid. How was the trip to the woods? It was the woods. Those devs had fun making that.
Talked to
Yeah.
McLaren and Shayna, and they were awesome and very chatty about their game, and for all good reasons. They were an early access game. It's they want to focus more on the RPG side of things, but technically speaking, looter, brawler, side scroller, like you said, meant to be.
Like Castle Crashers.
If it was like that the whole time, you've been okay with the knees up, I wouldn't have seen them. So yes.
Couch co-op, you want to play with a buddy or play with whoever's next to you, and they are actually an early access game now going to full release. So this is their big update to justify the full release, but it was already definitely justified. Upon full release, we're looking at 170 plus missions. What they say is probably around 20 plus
Why? Thanks, Twitch.
hours of content, and they also want to focus on these builds, which lead to
Thanks,
an
Twitch.
ultimate replayability. So there's also a difficulty bar they're going to be adding to all of this. They have a level that is going to be called, I believe, Brutal. And from what I'm being told, it will be extremely difficult, but the game is meant to be
Some on-screen visuals would have been so helpful here.
As you play through it all.
There's definitely a huge market for co-op couch gaming right now in a world.
This guy
of,
seems
like,
way more
online
comfortable doing this kind of thing than the others.
multiplayer.
Yeah,
Like,
well,
kind of a lost art. You saw successive games like
that's because he does this kind of stuff often.
For those of you who are lonely without friends, I relate to you. I actually played this game by myself every time I have played it, and I still had a blast.
And for those who haven't checked out the original, with this big update though, also introducing a new biome. You have new bosses. The enemies you fight against have new styles of combat. So they are really introducing a full-fledged game that was already pretty fleshed out to begin with, but they're wanting people to be like, okay, this is technically a new game. So for those who are expected to stumble across this, you are getting a brand new side scroller with so much replayability.
And it's another situation
That
where
felt
they
like a
took
cry
ton
for
of
help.
feedback from early access.
That was her going, I am not among friends right now, guys.
Know how to listen to feedback because those are their diehards, and they have definitely done that.
Next up, we had Dinch Attack.
I like Train.
I love these.
You tried to steal it from me, but I was taking that.
I love
Who doesn't like Train?
I love these guys.
This is my favorite Japan-inspired game ever.
I had seen this game before, but I didn't really understand what it even was. But now
I
I understand what it is, the inspirations. Like, it makes sense. As weird as it is to say,
Did we
that
all?
an acrobatic
I feel
training
like
game
this is
makes sense to me. It makes sense now.
Yeah, because we were talking what, like Temple.
That is a game for the new generation.
Like
yes.
Temple Runner X.
I'm
like TikTok,
formulating a plot.
Under a Joe Rogan
I'm
clip on
formulating
TikTok.
my
Like,
own,
But in the
my
best of
own
way, 'cause
like
also I love doing this kind of format
updating
because you
about
see a different
games
side of those
plot
devs. Like, they
because
went out of their
this
way to
is
send us that
frustrating
stuff, and we
me
get to see
so
a different side of
much.
them, and to see and connect to the faces behind it and see their enthusiasm.
They're
kinda,
so fun.
Yeah.
How could they not make a fun game?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
I'm losing spoons.
The mecha train boss is
When I
sick.
heard there's going to be a boss fight in the train acrobatics game, I was like, what do you mean?
At first
But it
glance,
works.
you're like, what is this? And then you realize you
Yeah,
see more of it.
Vic.
Like,
I can't
wow,
wait
there's
to
a
know
lot
the
more to this.
storyline.
Exactly. So it seems fun and engaging, and then there's like, oh, there's a story behind this.
And
you're
there's
like,
real
okay.
bosses.
and real inspirations. Like
So
they,
it's a
they
soul-
show you what has actually inspired them to make this Japanese style game.
Yes, I think.
Lovely.
I-
Train out of 10.
I'm really
Next up,
trying
in
to
that group,
understand
we had
the
Sprint City,
the
that
round
is coming
robin
from Double
section.
Dutch, which was the creators of Speedrunners, which is another very popular, couch game that people have played for a very long time. They have Speedrunners 2 already coming out, but this is a whole different game, but from the same creators.
This looks like a game that,
See, that was a good
in
point.
way,
Making
would
some
really
context,
piss me off
explaining
to
like,
lose
okay, so they do a
looks like
game.
a game that
They have
would
this game that's well loved.
I
It's a
like
couch
it.
co-op.
It looks like one of those side scrollers that I would fall so far behind where you can't even see the others, and it just kind of leaves you real
no.
upset.
First jump, and you're like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna get it
Turn the
eventually.
console. Turn the console.
No
off.
worries,
Get a bigger
Darkest
photo,
Shadow.
get a bigger TV
I
so can see
understand.
where they're at.
To me, Sprint City is the game that you are over at like a party. It's like the Super Smash Bros. Effect.
Yes,
It's like we've played a round of Pong or something.
See,
now we want to play video
that's a
games
good
together. we're gonna go play
Comparison.
this, and people are gonna get pissed, and Jake and Rob are gonna get in a fist fight probably, and like.
He doesn't want that. And who do you think's
Did
gonna
you
win
guys
that
ever
fist
play?
fight?
We already had this
Who do you
debate
think
today.
would win that?
Smash
Just
Bros
look at
effect.
the size of
That's
the
a
feet,
good
pretty close, aren't you?
comparison
Did
to
you guys
make.
ever played Overcooked with your families?
I did not, but I've watched people and I've seen it ruin.
But why are we bringing up a?
It's
Ah, hi, Pumpkin.
In this case, my understanding is the game is much more competitive. Where you're playing
Pumpkin,
against
I'm
your
losing
friends,
my
not
mind.
working together, but yeah, these types of games, I just.
It's momentum based. It's.
I'm losing my
sprint
mind.
city,
Hello,
literally, and, like,
everybody.
speedrunners. And so
We are
I feel like it's one of those
currently
games that's also probably very
watching
good at.
the New Game Plus showcase. It's their very first one.
You're hitting all the.
Yeah, but you can't be too good.
It's an independently produced showcase,
And
and
now we have a set of.
there are
beautiful
some
games, in my
things for
opinion.
it that
This is
that
gonna be
are
Eternal
just. I
Life
have
of Goldman
criticisms.
From We Appy Studio and THQ Nordic. We have Dust Fade from Weird Beluga and Fireshine,
That's-
and another Fireshine game with.
Love new
Bugstorm
productions. I
called
love new
Court
productions. If they had a little bit more discernment for how they were trying to do it, because so far it's been doing a disservice to a lot of the games that they've been showing. Part of the intended goal is supposed to be bringing back authentic excitement for games. Yeah.
What do you mean he smashed?
What do you think? He fell from a great height.
Yeah, but he couldn't have. Did he really die?
I imagine he was crushed to a pulp. Do you think they'll ever find his body?
Mom!
Okay.
This looks
I
cute.
was just making sure you were paying attention.
Is he pogo sticking off of his cane? The graphics remind me, the flow for it reminds me a lot of Cuphead. I'm super starving. See you later. No worries. Go eat. Go rest up. Thank you again. Eternal Life of Goldman. That looks interesting. It's not on Steam. They got too caught up in presenting their own authentic excitement, they forgot about ours. That's a good way to put it. I'm all about authenticity for presenting stuff. But when they're distractedly trying to read off of the teleprompter, that doesn't give authentic. It's on Steam? Oh, is it? I didn't see the Steam icon on there. Is it Boar Beeper? Ooh, flamethrower. The music's a bop. Oh. It is Boar Beeper! Mit die Flammenwerfer. Probably gonna be this year's best Metrovania. Fair. Armor Lord, valid. Oh, the Kingdom Heart-like game. Oh, wait. It's not a Keyblade. He's using clock hands. That looks neat. It goes up! How are you supposed to go up when he's up and you're not? This looks like a Souls-like? No, this looks more action RPG. Yeah, that's more action RPG than Souls, I would say.
Surprise!
Oh, and then you knock him down!
You can't turn back time, my star. It'll be different, but you'll both be okay.
Neat. No, fake boy, that was just a boss fight. I feel like the boss fights are going more like Final Fantasy XIV style, where you do have a big open area where you're not distracted by like environmental hazards necessarily. Because the rest of this looks, yeah. It's like Kingdom Hearts and Ratchet and Clank. Yeah, this does look very cool. Ghost guy. Dusk Fade.
First,
that
we
looks
had
interesting.
Eternal Life of Goldman that we just watched that trailer.
It looks so good.
Art style is crazy.
I love the hand-drawn vibe. Oh.
Movement tech looks fun,
It's
yeah.
like those classic.
It looks so good.
Classic animation.
It gives me also Cuphead too.
Cuphead, it's like Cuphead, Hollow Knight.
Yeah. Oh, and so they've had a previous trailer that was very unsettling because the narrative, the narration went from like comforting,
happy, and then it got really
to like dark and scary. This one, it was much more.
The Goldman game is my anticipated game of this year. It looks very fun. It looks interesting. I like the narration on it.
It's gonna be emotional. It seems like an emotional game that like people are gonna get
Explain
tied to,
how it's like
you said, Hollow
Cuphead.
Knight. What was it? Celeste.
I
sort
said
of,
that the
or maybe a little
animation
bit.
style
I mean,
reminds
game
me
of
of Cuphead.
Whoa,
but
as people like to say about any game.
Yeah, they have a free demo launching in February, actually, so people can actually try it.
Okay, February
I love
demo for the
narration,
old guy.
and I can't wait to see more behind it.
Like we touched on, I think it's one of those games.
Why
that
does
people
one of the
play
guys
because
only
it's
have
like
a mug?
challenging platformer, side-scroller type game.
Also,
and then
take your
you're gonna be
nasty
solid.
bottom of your shoe off of the tape. We should not see the bottom of your shoe.
To make pique your interest, they don't tell you much in the trailer,
And then they're gonna emotionally destroy.
Yeah, and it seems
you.
very dark, and you're like, well, why?
And hopefully set you up perfect for a sequel.
Yeah. No, you never know.
Hand painted as well, hand drawn.
I don't even know how you do that though. Like, how do you hand draw a game? That's crazy.
See, hopefully next year we have
people more talented than us. That's why we're sitting here. And
I'm like, where are the frames at? What do you?
That's one of the games that would be really cool to go do with Ivan in the studio. Like, I want to
Just to see. I want to see what
Call
how you did
us.
this.
We want to come and see.
We'll go.
We will fly there. I promise.
Next up, then we had Core Keeper, a game that you two especially are very familiar with.
Not many games are hand-drawn live. It's a massive strain on the artist's wrists. Yes.
The Northern Biome on January 28th. There's a new boss. There's next-gen weapons and armor. Whole new stuff.
Man.
Yeah. I play this a lot with my wife. It's just like one of our couple games, and I love it. And so seeing new content is crazy.
I played it a lot by myself. I started playing it, and suddenly I had over 100 hours in this game. I wish I could show off my base.
Yeah, I thought I was doing well. I mentioned it to Lua that I played Core Keeper, and I felt pretty good about where it was. And they're just like, yeah, I have 100 hours, and I have this, and this. I'm like, okay, I'll just leave.
It's a great game. I had a lot of fun. It's one of these games you start, and suddenly you spent a week playing it.
Oh, you will lose yourself.
You know what's really sad?
We stayed up till 1 a.m. playing it when we meant to play till 11, and it just
That interaction.
It's good.
Yeah, it's just one more run through the mines.
There
How would you like define this
was
game
like
to someone who
the
hasn't seen
most natural
I would
interaction
say
that they've had
it's
so far.
Stardew Valley kind of meets Terraria, but it's like procedurally
Like of
generated,
all the
up to
people
8-player
interacting,
co-op, so you can
that
play with
seemed to be the
all
most
of your
natural,
friends.
most authentic excitement
Way
for
more
Core
friends than
Keeper.
me. And it's just every run is going to be different because it's all based on seeds, so you can have different save files for different friends and pairings. It's really, really cool.
If they could have had that kind of
you can actually
interaction
use
for
your
the round
same
robin, that
character
would
in
have
different
been.
save files. So if you're playing by yourself or in your friend's server, you can use the same
Heck
character.
yeah!
or you
What's
can
going
make
on
a
with
new
the socks?
character. So it's kind of like you can.
There's
visit
3
your
people who are part of the Shanghai Nike Sports Sock Club, and the other 2 who are currently on the screen were not included in it.
have different mechanics. The boss
They all look like they're
system
looking
in
at
this game is
teleprompters.
actually
Oh, they
excellent.
definitely are.
I have killed.
They're trying to give authenticity, but unfortunately, it's
I
not.
can't wait for the update for the new stuff.
For a new one.
Then finally in that section we had Dusk fade from Weird Beluga and Fire
That's the
Shine.
one right there. That's the one.
They say it is a love letter to the golden era of 3D action platforming like Jak and Daxter.
Oh!
That's exactly. That whole era, like the PS1, that is PS2 era. That's what was screaming at me.
Yeah.
Ratchet and Clank.
Yeah. And then there's boss
Hi, Dark
fights
Flame.
with dodge rolls and
A normal
health bars,
games
so therefore it
showcase.
is a
This one is
Souls-like.
just
And we
like,
saw so many different
I see the
environments, too.
potential
Well,
there.
you know, like some games you see
I
the
do
gameplay,
hope
and you're just-
loser, mom.
they do
I
another
was gonna
one
say, like, you see some gameplay
and do a better
and you just,
job
like, you know
with
it's gonna
with
feel
some
good.
key
Yeah.
points
You
to
can tell
it.
by watching somebody else play that feels so
Yeah,
good. There's so
some-
much dopamine.
This is
being
this is a too many cooks situation right
Yeah, and
now.
you're like, I'm not that good, but I will get there.
Has it been 3 hours yet? It has been. Apparently, there's another
It's like
25
cute.
minutes
It's,
of game show.
It looks
How many games
like a
have we
fun
gone through?
game Like you would let your kids play as
I
well.
don't think they actually listed any of them either.
You even saw like a little bit of Kingdom Hearts there, a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a good
I can
mix.
see that.
And he's grabbing
Yeah, the sword.
Yes.
Yeah.
When the devs describe a game as a love letter to a certain genre or to other games and are not afraid to embrace
30?
that,
Okay, apparently we have 10 more games
To be able to say
in the
that, there has
last
to be some level of
25
confidence
minutes.
There, like I know what I have.
And respect,
So I
yeah.
can call it.
What's
a
wrong
love
with
letter
wearing
because
your
I know when
socks
they
shin
see it,
high?
They're gonna feel the same way.
Nothing.
That's well said.
If you're doing a
Shadow
professional
of the Road
interview
coming from
situation
Outcast, as well with another Angle Games being the dev, there is Starfinder
and
from
you're
Epic Tellers,
going to
as
be
well as Gallipoli from
visible
Black
there the entire time.
Citizens of Nippon, a new dawn rises upon your land.
Citizens
Through
of
progress
Nippon?
and technology, we bring prosperity to all. Your nation ripples with mutiny. But our technology will protect
What?
your peace.
What is this?
Peace demands the sacrifice of those that stand in the way of progress. On behalf of your glorious Emperor Mutsuhito,
Okay, good. All right, you placed the samurai. All right. Whew. I was a little concerned.
together we march into a brighter tomorrow.
Oh, you get floaty demon
For peace,
samurai guys?
for progress, for the Empire.
Shadow of the Road. Huh. It's another owl cat.
This is Ricard Pilosu, and I am the co-founder at Epic Terrors Entertainment. I'm here to tell you about our first game.
Press
Starfinder
spacebar to start the
Afterlife,
demo.
Licensed from Paizo.
Why is your mouse on the screen?
At its core, Starfinder Afterlight is a party-based RPG in a universe that mixes technology and magic. We focus on creating great storytelling inspired by movies like Guardians of the Galaxy or shows like Firefly.
Oh, no gameplay? Oh, gameplay, yay.
While in the game you will create your own character, in the demo you play as one of the companions, Sterling.
Oh.
So you give orders? Naughty.
Oh, he's spicy. Sci-fi Pathfinder,
Thanks to
okay.
the success of our Kickstarter, our game will have full voiceover. The dialogue system is the main way to introduce
Full
the player to the world.
voiceover! Let's go! Oh, good. They have a dictionary for you. Neat.
If you have the sudden weird feeling of being naked, it's Lou.
Oh.
Her gaze is like an X-ray machine. By the looks on her face, she either thinks you're a joke or it's her favorite song.
Thanks, Lou.
That was our narrator, Roger Clark, known from the Red Dead Redemption series,
Oh.
giving the right space western feeling we're looking for in the game.
They want a space western.
Yeah, sorry to ruin happy hour for you, but I have bad news about the big one and the runt. Don't worry, I promise not to say I told you so.
Lou here is referring to Tycho and Cole, our friends, that after a heist gone wrong, should meet us here. Lou seems to know something about them. If you push Lou about the information she's skipping, she's going to be annoyed, and that will lower your approval with her and limit your potential romance options.
Wonder what classes will be in it? Yeah, apparently the demo so far you can only play as a companion. You can't make your own character yet.
I choose how to deliver it.
Romance options.
All right. They were ambushed at Secubot offices. They knew they were coming, so now the odd couple needs our help. Happy now?
We start the combat right away. The security robots are looking for us and are waiting outside the bar.
Oh.
Time for my close-up.
Oh, Persona!
The game uses the battle-tested system of Pathfinder 2nd Edition with 3 actions per turn.
It does use Pathfinder system!
She's a support character, so it's better for her to stay behind. She will use the ability Get Them to give a bonus to Sterling when he attacks a specific character, and then shoot again.
In full turn-based too, yep.
They
just released Starfinder 2E, which is based on Pathfinder 2. Ah! Second edition. Wow. Oh, he's got a lazy sword.
For combat, we decided to stay away from a grid-based system that gave the feeling of a tabletop simulator.
Never forget Bobathy. Bobathy who can't even jump over a barrel. I rolled so many ones. That's literally the worst series of rolls I've ever had in my life. I butchered his name? No, you didn't. You just have to delete the E. Bobathy.
This is it. The team is in full production to release the first 10 hours in early access for summer next year.
Okay.
I cannot wait to show you more. Thanks
Summer
for
early
watching.
access. I think Cab played some Starfinder. Okay. This is Gallipoli.
Hardcore multiplayer first-person shooter set in the Middle Eastern theater of World War I. It features authentic weapons, locations, and factions that you play with. 50-player servers. How
50 players.
We have a unique blend of arcade, where we don't compromise on is picking the locations. Those are always the actual battles. The weapons, the ones that were actually used, and uniforms that are
25 versus 25
as possible.
Wow.
And possibly used. It sets us apart there. We go quite deep on the history, but then again we're more accessible than say some of the military simulators. It's easy to jump into.
Wow, context B-roll, yeah.
Approachable. So in that way it sets it apart from.
I better be able to get trench foot.
Genre in the shooters as well. If you wield one of the rifles in the game, the bolt action rifles,
or 10v10v10v10v10. True.
Kill. The rest of the game is built around that premise. So yes, rifles are one-shot kill, but then again, it must not be the case that somebody goes around the corner and kills an entire team in 1 second. So it's especially in multiplayer, the fairness concept must be adhered to. So everything's built sort of around making sure that the game feels fair. So there's a balance between in the gunplay that needs to happen, as well as
trench foot wasn't really a thing on that front. Kind of hard to get trench foot when it's super dry.
Very quick to be in.
Well, what if your buddy spills his water on you?
There's quirky weapons that are part of the arsenals, but these are accurate. They're produced. We don't do experimental weapons. We try to stay as accurate as possible when we model them. The location we picked. Using some geodata, a lot of investigation on images, trying to puzzle together how it looked like when it was when the battle took place. When you're under fire, you have a difficulty reloading your weapon, for instance, and that has custom animations to it. So it's quite elaborate. Not a lot of games, if at all, do this.
Dang.
It's really dynamic.
They did
based
a
on
lot of
what happens.
research.
It's still fair in a way that the rules are predictable. It's not a random jamming system. It's really dependent on what the player does. One of the cooler things is that you can now build stuff together. Part of the game mode will be that you are able to construct objectives.
You can build
machine
things.
guns and other things together. It's kind of like our evolution of the game mode we had in Isonzo, taken to 11, where it's really, you fight over a certain area, and once it's captured, you have to construct things together and then to consolidate your position to secure it.
I also really like their Isonzo game
Guys,
a lot.
first we looked at Shadow of the Road there. Story tactical driven RPG in Japan, but also some like supernatural stuff going on.
Okay, so I actually played the demo for this game, and it was super fun. It felt kind of like an XCOM meets like Samurai, but there were like very unique twists. The final fight in the demo is actually really sick. I hope you enjoy it. There was like cool mechanics, and I don't know, give the demo a go, and fun stuff if you like the kind of like XCOM tactical, maybe even
Who is
a little
you?
bit
You
of, like,
sound
the Baldur's
familiar.
Gate. Definitely check it out.
There's a late 2026 release for this game. I would say, to me, someone who doesn't play these types of games, I just
Pretty
think
soon the guy on the right is going to start
storyline, or not the
vibrating through the
storyline, like
molecules of the
environment was
couch.
Japan with supernatural elements. Like you saw that big robot walking around.
Sci-fi samurai. I feel like that's like a trend now. Is like taking.
Did everyone else play the
certain
demos? I feel like
settings
they.
and combining it with sci-fi. That's really cool.
I'm not
I
sure
feel
if
like
I would
they
say
needed
sci-fi, but I would
to.
say like mythology. It's just some really sick stuff. There is a lot of exploration, and exploration is actually quite cool. You can like change things in the world.
Then we had Starfinder coming from Epic Tellers. That's going to be in early access in 2026 as of right now, and the demo is actually going to be available soon during Steam Next Fest. So when this airs, that will be a month away.
I feel like
So I actually got to talk with the devs. They were very happy that the Kickstarter was doing so well.
It's longer than 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Team in the voice acting team, and the game seems super exciting. I can't wait to hear more about it.
I mean, being built off of Pathfinder, I think you said 2nd edition?
Yes.
You know there's going to be a lot of depth and complexity when it comes
They
to
should have
combat,
each taken a section to play, each to play
see
the
why
segment
people are
they can step
excited.
forward and
To
give their
certain
thoughts based on the
But to me,
demo.
what I
Yeah,
can
that
already
would have.
appreciate looking at it is, okay, you guys obviously paid a lot of attention to your art style.
Is Lality the only person that actually like has said that she's played any of the demos that have been brought up here?
I think they have a couple of notable names.
Sombra from Overwatch.
Yeah, so they put a lot of detail into those, which I can appreciate, even as someone who doesn't.
And funnily enough, this character that I mentioned, that's this larvae with this grub-like character with a grub, is actually voiced by.
If they played the demo, it would have been cool if they each had a clip of something they liked, or if they really wanted to showcase each of them, like, because a lot of them are content creators.
Preach is also voice acted by.
That would have been
Daniel Boone,
nice.
And he's also the director of the voice acting in this game.
That's crazy.
Then we had World War I Gallipoli as our final one. Jake got to do another interview here.
Is
with
Gallipoli
someone who,
how you're
I remember
supposed?
you saying during the interview, it felt like a high school lesson.
Is that?
Yeah, it was awesome to talk to Josh, and he gave me a real quick pronunciation lesson because luckily I got his name right, and I didn't get the name of the game right because being from Iowa, I said Gallipoli, and it is pronounced Gallipoli. Long story short, Gallipoli is covering the Ottoman front, the Eastern front throughout all of this, and what you'll find
Is this
with
the first
Black Note
showcase event of this
Games
company?
is
It's
they
not even a
always have
company, but it is their very
realistic
first showcase.
for
It
the
is
side they're
an
covering and for the time
independently
being World War
produced
I,
game
and they don't
showcase.
miss that here.
It's their
Well,
very
the
first
uniforms,
one.
There's so much attention to detail, and they even have
This
some unique gameplay systems.
Has
like
felt
the
like a
suppression
year
system,
zero
where
anime
who is-
convention.
It's basically like when the fire's coming in, like you'll start to struggle reloading
know?
and stuff.
I don't think I've ever seen like.
Have y'all?
I'm sure
Have
I
any
don't know
of
if it's
you
been done or
been
not, but
to
from
like
I can't recall
a
another game
first
that's done
time
that.
But it's so
anime
clever. Of course, you
convention?
struggle reloading when bullets are whizzing
What
by.
that does for your level of immersion is,
As someone from Iowa, I find that excuse insulting. I'm sorry,
Remind you
Chris.
guys,
That's
this game
that's what it
actually,
feels
they
like.
do have a PvP focus, but they're also
They're working with a
on
production
single-player
company.
campaign.
Are they?
Yeah, they want to do it justice of telling stories of actual
That
battles
sounds
that
right.
did take place.
Like-
and they're going to continue this string. Like they're going to.
I appreciate what
even
they're
asked him,
doing.
Like,
It's
what
just-
do you progress forward on as a studio? Like he's like, well, we got a lot to do still for World War I. It was a big war. And
Did
it
they
lasted
mention
a long
previous titles
time.
had their
And so
demos
they're not even
available?
done
Not
here.
all
And
of
luckily
them.
They have found themselves.
A lot of them you
diehard
only knew the
audience
demo
that
was
wants to
available
see
if
this
it
story
showed up on
told
the screen.
Battle to battle, all encompassing the same war.
Well, and it's such a fascinating way to be able to preserve that piece of history.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like in an interactive way where people can kind of go boots on the ground and see what it was like in of course, a gamified version, but I think it helps educate a whole new generation on something that would otherwise kind of be forgotten.
I feel like it's a bad sign when I've seen multiple people go. They're still going.
A very exciting, a very cool one, if I had to say and use a word I haven't used.
I cannot find the production company's name again, so maybe not. I don't think so.
First up, we have Where Winds Meet, a game that obviously is already out. I love it. But we are getting a brand new boss coming to the Western version of the game in Dino Blade, coming from Team Spino. Incredible looking game. And we also have exclusive interview content with Crimson Desert.
Confused with like how they've been doing the yeah. That's not what boots on the ground means though. Shh, man, don't worry about it.
O'er the south, still shine bright.
It's the 20,000 USD cosmetic game. Yes, you heard me right. $20,000 USD. They have a boat. They have a boat that is 20,000 US, not 2K, 20. 20,000. This is the boat game. $40,000, I think. Wait, what? Yes. And people have bought it. Is it a big boat? It is a big boat. It's a big boat and you can have a party on the boat. What does the boat do? It's a mount. 40,000. Sorry, my bad. I 50% offed the boat. It's actually 40,000 USD. $40,000. What game are you talking about? Where Winds Meet, the game that's currently on the screen. It's more of a reward for gathering lots of other cosmetics in the game than the thing itself. How much was the flower dress, the moonflower dress thingy? Because that was another one that was like... Game is free to play though, so if you think about it, it's a good value. Oh my god. You know, 40K is quite reasonable for your first yacht, and especially if it's a digital yacht, so you don't actually have to worry about upkeep and parking your boat anywhere. Or insurance, yeah. I'm wondering if the color floor does any damage to you or not. I like the game for the sole purpose of adventuring the world of cultivators and wuxia. Yes! There are definitely some very cool, interesting tropes that we don't have enough games to cover, because like cultivation and stuff, I think it's only been recently that even like novels and such have been translated to other languages so it's more accessible. Right. Oh, wait, never mind. It's solo leveling. Recently, you mean the latest 20 years? Hey, I got into Lucia with Moldau Zushi. So in my memory, that's the only one that's been decently translated, alright? Give me more Wei Wuxiang, okay? I love me some Moldau, okay? Me and Lily had our entire Moldau arc together. She made a custom menu that was based off of all of the different clans. And we had a watch party of the anime, okay? And then she also made me a guide of all of the characters' multiple names. You need 170 rare drops from a premium banner pull to get the boat. Dang. Oh, this is the dinosaur one! Dinosaurs! It looks so good. Yeah, I really like Moldau a lot. And on the bright side also, Moldau Zushi is also completed, so you can just read the entire thing. This game literally started as a meme. Yeah! And now it's gonna be an actual game. Crimson Desert.
Based on the trailers and based on a bunch of things that I've seen about this game, you can clearly slay dragons. Is that true?
There are dragons in the game, and you do fight them. We haven't revealed just yet whether or not you can actually slay them, but you can slay them, you can fly them.
Can you lay them?
I'm sorry to the Lua fans, but at this point we're not confirming whether or not there's dragon relations.
Could you speak a little bit to how big this game is?
We've been seeing some news out there with some specific numbers.
Well, somebody
floating
has
around
to
about
ask.
How big the map is. I don't think numbers really do it justice because how big is that in terms of scope and scale? But what we can say is the world's at least twice as big as the
Okay,
open
some of
world
y'all
playable
didn't
area
play
Skyrim. It's larger
Divinity
than
Original
the
Sin
map
2, is all I'm
of
saying.
Red Dead Redemption 2. Open world games are about doing things, having activities, having distractions.
Is he on a
So
bear?
we wanted to create a world that's not only
On a
passive,
dinosaur?
but is also incredibly interactive. Obviously, you and your community, Lua, care a lot about romance systems. This is not that type of game in terms of RPG elements and
no
decision-making.
romantic.
What it is, though, is you choose the type of character that you want to play as.
The first thing I
terms
did in
of
Divinity
your
2 was kill the prince?
within
What
the systems in the
the?
game. And then through basically headcanon, you're having this very different experience than other players because of
Is
the
this
scope
the
and
single
scale of the
player
game.
Black Desert
You'll be
Online?
distracted by something,
Yes.
You'll go on this quest line, you'll have an experience that'll be radically different than someone else, even though they're playing the same game. The guiding principle for the game is around empowering the player and not forcing them into specific choices. There's a lot of time between now and launch in March for us to be able to elaborate on those systems, show people if they have, say, I have an hour to jump in and play this game after work, what is my experience going to look like? So we've done a little bit of showing when you're not in combat, how you're taking advantage and interacting in the world, harvesting resource, gathering them for a whole crafting system that we have in the game for equipment.
There's a joke
as
gun
well
cultivator.
as-
No,
You can
Dust,
get your
no.
house, apparently.
There is a house. The world is made to be interacted with, and that's also how you learn about the world. So by talking to NPCs, by picking up chickens, then you've learned and your codex will have been updated about the chicken.
What about things that go beyond like fighting? Is there like puzzles? Is there like different types of quests?
That's a great question. One of the things that we showcased, we had a team over to Korea to do a deep dive kind of behind the scenes last September.
Oh, it's the BL one. Yeah, Moldau's
they came
BL.
out and we showed them a glimpse of a bunch of different systems. One of the systems that we showed them was in what we call the aerial abyss. It's those sky islands that you see there. That's a very important and pivotal part in the story and quests and mystery surrounding the world. In those Sky Islands, there are puzzles. They all have a different vibe, if you will, and then treasures and rewards for completing them.
When can people get the game? Where can they get it? What does that look like for you guys?
The game comes out on March 19th across basically every platform. It'll be available on consoles on PS5, as well as Xbox Series X and S, PC, as well as natively on Mac.
Oh, on Mac as well.
First, let's start with Where Winds Me. Well, since the game came out, I have played basically every day that game since it came out. I really like it. I love how many we just did get new footage of a boss fight, but the game is goes way beyond this. You can play
Linux
single
users
player,
crying.
You can do everything by yourself. You can play with friends.
Don't worry, you can mod your
build,
Linux so that you can play it, guys.
The game is mind-blowing, especially because it's free. It's not pay to win. Everything in their story is cosmetic.
So Where Winds Me is such a crazy game because, for one, it's free.
Yeah.
Which is wild. It's monetized exclusively
She just
through
said it's
cosmetics.
free.
So they've even said we will never monetize power within the game, which I think is the way it should be.
Yeah.
But they also want to it has kind of two sides to it, where it does have the single player adventure side, because you can play by yourself. You can play co-op, going through the new boss fight together with your friends. And then there's also a side of it which is heavily inspired by classical MMOs, where a player does something bad, they get put in the back of a cart and everybody comes in and throws tomatoes at them.
I feel like it's a modern MMO that actually knows the audience. We love
Why
seeing
aren't they
those kind of
letting
things.
her
And those are the kind
speak?
of things that also appeal to, it doesn't matter Eastern or Western, but those are the kind of things that
She
people are
just
gonna
said
talk
that
about.
she's played
This game
it.
is shocking on how much depth it has.
There really is nothing like it.
God, that game is beautiful.
It's absolutely crazy. And every boss fight is different and visually pretty stunning, I would say.
Speaking of, we watched the boss fight, the Master's Message. It seems like it's based on.
She
obviously,
literally
reading
plays
Master's
this
Message,
every
you have to fight
day.
A different version of this ink.
Is she the only one who said she's played these
While we
games
were
/ demos?
watching it,
Yes!
You, Rob, specifically were like you haven't played this game, but you're watching it and you're thinking, wow, maybe I should play this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Why? What looks good
It
about
looks so satisfying.
What?
There's something about you know how it is when you're fighting a boss and it's the movement's almost fluid and you're almost in rhythm with the boss and their moveset. And that's what makes games like that are boss centric so.
And she only talks when it's a
satisfying to
game
play.
she's
There's something
played.
about
Yeah.
mastering a boss's moveset.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people like the combat in this game. All that stuff you said, very true and very expansive. And then the flip side is
The combat is also really
good.
Yeah, it looks very good. I think that's what Luke was talking about. It's just the fact that it's free to play. Even myself, before it was released, I was so skeptical of it. It's there's no way that.
I'm flabbergasted right now.
With the nature of our industry, there's been so much free to play stuff that comes out and you're not what I expected. But this seems to be a really, really quality game.
Free to play. I haven't played it, but if I want,
which an action game.
That's why I'm here.
Some information, an action game centered, obviously fighting as a dinosaur with a sword. The demo is available on Steam right now for PC. It's about an hour-long demo, so you can play it if you want, have some fun. We got to see a new dinosaur in that trailer that has never been
The guy
seen
talking
before.
after repeated what she
It's
said.
planned for
Yes!
release still in 2026, so sometime next year. No specific date right now. I'm kicking it to Rob first.
Dinosaurs with sword, it's a dinosaur.
It's a dinosaur.
Soul dude, just watching the trailer, I could feel my testosterone rising. My bench press max went up 20 pounds because I could.
The music and everything.
Dude,
Really...
dude, the Linkin Park montages are gonna be great.
Dude, it's so weird.
It's
but
ridiculous.
So good.
I love
Give it to me. I want it.
Highly anticipated, I think, across the board. Just
Let
'cause
her
it's so
speak.
fun. It's such a gamer game.
She only
Dinosaur sports,
talks
you can't really beat that.
when it's a game
Then to end things
that
off,
she's-
we have Crimson Desert, a game
Another crazy good.
everyone familiar with. I would say it's been marketed for a very long time. People know it's coming. It's coming from Pearl Abyss.
No, everyone is
which is Black
rotate
Desert
your
as
necklace so
well.
the clasp
entire
is in the
game
back.
is built
No,
on their
you
proprietary
cannot
engine,
rely
which
on
it was
word
fascinating to
your
hear
audience knowing
how
stuff
they've
about
broken
the
it down,
game.
because,
Your
you
job
see
here
Crimson
is to
Desert,
talk
and
about
so
the
many
game.
things about it look too good to be true. They look crazy. They have hundreds of enemies on screen. They have all of this physics simulation. They have crazy stuff.
Ladies
where,
Lualdi,
at
right?
Sky
Yes.
Islands, you can jump down from straight down to the surface.
This is edited.
Can I just to explain in the physics simulation that he's talking about? So, for example, if you have a siege weapon and you throw a boat at a house, you can actually see the destruction starting from where the boat hit and everything else falling down, falling through it.
Well, and people see that, and from our frame of standard open worlds in Unreal Engine 5 or something, not that that's a bad engine or anything, but we see that and we assume, okay, it's gonna run terribly. Okay, it's gonna have frame drops or it's gonna stutter. Okay, this or that. But this is an engine that they have built from the ground up with this game basically in mind. And it's just absolutely crazy.
Wait, this is edited? Oh no, yep, it's edited. You can actually, that previous segment,
ridiculous and crazy.
you can see her trying to speak and they cut away from her.
Some very special information that we are breaking here for the first time.
The size of the game is 2
times
Skyrim.
Oh.
We didn't even rehearse that.
That just happened.
It's twice the size of Skyrim.
She's actually co-streaming it
bigger than
herself.
the entire map of
Oh.
Red Dead Redemption 2.
Which is crazy.
Which I love that Will follows up by saying size doesn't matter, but in our game, it kind of does.
But we're bigger. It's crazy.
Well, I saw from the first gameplay clip that you could ride a dragon and a bear. Quite honestly, I don't know how my body's gonna keep up with this level of testosterone. Between that Dinoblade,
I don't care about your testosterone levels.
I'm gonna see you next year for the next show, and you're just gonna be walking around.
Guys, it's not the first game that you can ride a bear.
That's the second time he's talked about his
The
testosterone.
first game you could ride a bear. It might be true, but
different kind of ride.
Baldur's Gate 3 ride.
But also when you drop a line like that, you mentioned confidence. You don't drop a line like that without knowing that you are confident in your game.
They are
you
putting
that for a
themselves
reason.
in the same bucket as Skyrim and Red Dead 2, and I think that tells you all you need to know about their confidence level of where they're at.
Coming March 19th.
Coming March 19th.
Let's go. Thank you, those of you who stayed with us from beginning to end. We really appreciate you.
Okay,
This
how
has
old
been
do
a
you think
blast
the
to
guy on
work
the far,
with on the background.
the
Those guys have
testosterone
been
man
amazing.
is?
I think there's a thank you.
Because
in a few
apparently,
different directions. We
once
all
he hits
probably
30, his
one,
testosterone levels are going to start
obviously,
dropping
for,
1%
myself,
per year.
The team, production team.
We
as
can
well.
only
I think
hope.
this is awesome. Very cool that you guys were all down to try to do this. It's like a new thing. Also, thank you to the audience, right? Whoever is watching this.
Guys, that man is 32. Maybe that's why he's concerned about his testosterone levels.
And the developers.
Thank you so much to the devs for taking us seriously. And
He's 63 years old. Oh no, Twitch. Which one is testosterone man? This guy.
What you have shared, to talk with us.
Our goal was
the one
to
with
really try to lower the barrier
the one that kept
for
putting
a
his
lot
leg
of
up and
developers
bouncing
to be
the
able to
entire time.
Showcase their games, even if they don't have a crazy marketing budget or they don't have some big publisher that can, brute force it. And I mean, the crazy amounts of talent that we saw put on display today is wild. And I think we're all very humbled that we had the chance to check it out and share it with you.
Thank you for having us.
It's also something that we can look forward to a little bit. Where
Can't see your
we did
cursor,
this
damn,
in a
I
pretty
know.
Small time frame.
He can't help bouncing his leg. It's all that testosterone.
We started talking 3 or 4 months ago.
Every time he bounces his leg, he loses testosterone. That's why he's so concerned about it. He can't figure it out.
It's very hard to get this stuff to us and out and participate in it. And a lot of people we talked to that didn't participate because they had other plans. It's like, well, we didn't know about this. But hopefully for the next one, we can plan more in advance and people can be a part of it and hey, let's go travel to people, right? And do interviews in person. Let's go.
Yeah, we want to grow on this. We want to do it better, but we got to get the first one out there. I can't even stress the amount of times we brought up a game. I was like, oh my gosh, I had no idea that game existed until you explained it to me, and now I'm interested in that game and the team behind it. That was the beauty of this show.
Like what?
That was our ultimate goal. We want to
what?
expose
Can you
guys to
can you
games
give
you either did
a concrete?
or did not
Can
know
you
about,
list
and then
off
they also give you
your
guys
top
a different
5
show of,
games
this is the
from
team
this
behind it,
showcase that
and
you
the
got
personalities
excited
you can attach yourself
learning
to for
about?
the future of these games.
It was great putting faces to these developers as well because this industry naturally we're very critical of developers, but I think sometimes
I'm critical about you guys hosting this.
for their heart. That video games are art.
They love it. They love
what they're doing, and I think that's awesome.
Well, to all of you guys out there, this has been the first ever edition of New Game Plus. It has been an absolute honor for all of us to come together, and hopefully much more coming in the future. We all love, at the very core, we love freaking video games, and we got to show you guys so much today, and hopefully more in the future. It's been an absolute pleasure.
The only person that I've even seen on this screen, the two.
I don't have any
Cheers.
Nothing left.
This is just a house, guys. That's not a set. That's just a house. The two people on the left side were the only people that I got any context that they actually play video games from. Especially since Duality was actually like... I just love that every time she was like, oh, I played the demo for this, or, oh, I've played this, or, oh, I'm familiar with this, she just didn't get to speak. They were also the only ones with genuine reaction / excitement for the games. I don't know how they like set up for the recording of it because that was definitely recorded in advance. A bit frustrating, not gonna lie. Your commentary was the only reason I kept watching. I just like... It felt less like a showcase and more like a Discord call or a stream collab. It didn't feel like a show. Yeah. How many spoons do you have left after that, DM? My level of outrage for that last segment is so high. That is so frustrating. And so blatantly visible.
Waited until the show.
That's heinous.
Came in late to stream, but thanks.
Oh, thank you, Vandercat.
Games and stuff.
Like her. The exact same things that she just said being interrupted at the end of her statement and having everything just be repeated by the guy for the other guys to oh my god. And they kept it in the edit. Aren't shows like that supposed to have talking points instead of just making it up as they go along? Well, they were definitely reading stuff like bit points off of a teleprompter somewhere because they were having too niche of feedback things that it couldn't just be them thinking it up. The one who checked the game being multiple God! But no, it's very important to know about that guy's testosterone levels. That's frustrating. Oh, you know the most disastrous thing about this? I cannot, for the life of me, recall, like, a bunch of notable stuff about any of the games that they talked about. Because I was so distracted by like bad conduct and confusion and how poorly the round robin section was presented. Like, I will admit, even the Game Awards has too many games that they're showing that I don't remember them either. Fair. At least with the Game Awards, though, I'm usually like... I have the Steam page open at the same time. I'm also the type of person that I do need stuff like, I need visuals on the screen to make it a bit easier for me to know what the context is if it's something that I'm not familiar with. Game Awards gives you a chance to remember each game. Yeah. Man. They didn't even set up the showcase with Steam or the developers to get the content out there for those games. Now, I don't know how much is involved to get a Steam page for something like that, for like a new production like that. That's probably not doable. They don't even have a website. Like, last night I was trying to find assets for me to make, like, a page, like, for me to make my thumbnail. There is a banner on Steam. Okay, good, there's a banner on Steam. Steam does have one, it's not on the front page, have to Google it. Like, they don't even have a website set up with the list of, like, the Steam page. Not even marketing packages. I went, like, they only really have social media linked on stuff. If they would have had a website, they could have had a social media pack, so that it could have been, it was literally on my front page for Steam. Let's see, story. It is not on my Steam homepage. I have congratulations to the Steam Awards winners, but I do not have, it is not on mine. It might be a Canadian debuff, maybe because we're in Canada, maybe. Yeah, there's nothing. I'm American and I don't see it. Don't have it in AO. If you go to Dusk Fade's Steam page, for example, there's a banner there. That banner might be the worst no context banner possible for a showcase of games. It just says the date and new game plus. That's it. That's what the banner is. Plus new game plus. Third-party event is presented by Gaming World Media. Is it my ad block doing this? Wait. Can I I need one of you to go to their website and tell me if the images are broken for you. I need you to tell me if in the competitive community and industry section, It's not even loading? We crashed the website. About. Due to abuse and high traffic, the image endpoint has been disabled, and we apologize for the inconvenience. Like, they're definitely tracking clicks because it does have a tracker URL. If you click on the third-party event as presented by Gaming World Media, but it doesn't take you anywhere on that. The New Game Plus Showcase is a creator-led games showcase designed to put authentic excitement back at the center of game reveals. We'll be featuring a wide variety of existing games who have exciting updates coming, as well as new games that have yet to be launched. Our showcase aims to provide value for an audience eager for genuine recommendations with streamlines discovery for indie AA and AAA projects. Why would you call it new game when old game? The guy in the middle and Jake Lucky are the two people that run the production company. Ah. That's the plus part. You know what? I'm just gonna look into how much of my time it would take for me to show a game and then record me explaining what type of game it is, when it's coming out. girldm showcase? I'm about to. About an hour or two of recording and then maybe an hour of voiceover. Like, I could just go through all of, because I get a ton of indie game dev emails being like, hey, we have this game that's going to come out at the, like, this time, like, here. Do you have anyone around to talk over you and interrupt every 30 seconds? Yeah, I could just call Kai. I can interrupt him every 30 seconds. I can interrupt him every 5 seconds, actually. I'm really good at interrupting Kai. Like, I got a notice for a game that's called Evolit that looks to be like a tower, monkey tower type of one. Kotoma and the Academy Citadel. I got an email for Pathologic 3 being available now. I got Mystery Egg Shop Simulator. I get a whole bunch of like Steam Key, Paper Mario-like RPG escape. Play early on PC. Puzzle game. PC keys. Like, I get a bunch of emails from devs on stuff like that, and I could just be like, biggest critique I have for them is they're lacking structure in everything, and it hurts the whole production. Exactly, like the lack of structure, the lack of just like consideration for what the viewers are going to need to know. It's an ego trip. No, it's the lack of consideration for the co-host. Well, okay, there's this problem, okay? This is not just this is not the showcase. This is just a general problem, okay? There's a problem with content creators. We have this problem baked into us, okay? The problem with content creators is when you have a bunch of content creators in a room together, it's not a team. It's a battle royale. Because being a content creator relies on people being interested in your content as a content creator. And for many content creators, it's hard for them to transition out of that. It's Danganronpa. Yes! The title flashes were not the same order the presentations were shown. Really? Oh my god, Jaunt, I didn't even catch up on... The lineup on the title flashes was not in the same order that the presentations were shown. A few times they were out of order. I think that just kind of sums up just my... You know what? I should play Road to Empress. I'm looking for somebody to raid. At like the 2-hour mark, I stopped processing a lot of the info. It was an information glut. I think that if they wanted to do the round robin type of thing and have it be more digestible, especially since it's supposed to be like something you watch in one sit down viewing, then I feel like they needed to have it be much shorter. I don't need a PhD to make sense of a game. Yeah, right? It started lined up and then it got worse and worse. What the heck? The only way that would work is if each person was assigned a game. Yeah, but the problem with having each person being assigned a game is that you have to rely on your hosts doing their homework. Which... I don't know. Based off of what I was shown, I don't know if that is something that they're capable of. Because the only person that was actually interested in the games and had played didn't get to speak. They posted all the trailers on their Twitter, so I could have saved a ton of time. What the heck? All right. I'm hungry. It's been 7 hours. I would like to go and eat some food and feel better about things, okay? Anyways, tomorrow's stream is Noita. There is a co-op mod. I will be playing Noita with... Pint! With Pint! She has never played Noita. She's going to be playing Noita with me. She already casts magic and loves casting spells in other video games. So I figure that she should be really good at Noita from the get-go, and I don't think I'll have to hold her hand at all. Isn't she a black mage? Yeah, she is. Black mage, regular mage, you know? Tomorrow's gonna be so fun. It is. It is. That for now. Thank you all. For those of you that were able to make it through the showcase, thank you. I'm gonna be honest, if I had a review sheet, I would probably check the did not meet expectations box on that. But yeah, there's only so much that you can... There's only so much that you can do. Thank you for setting it out for me. Those of you that wind up like checking in afterwards because you left early and you just want to check to see what happened at the end of the VOD. I also appreciate you for doing your best. That was a marathon. Not everybody's going to be able to hold out, and some people have better uses of their time than what we had. You know? I dipped in and out about the minnow. That is completely fine and understandable. That, you know, I would be apologetic if any of you sat there completely focused, but in chair, to watch that entire thing with me. All right? I hope you had at least something else that you were doing instead of that entire 3.5 hours trying to be an active listener viewer, okay? Hi, I did that. No, you were timestamping. You were timestamping. You're excused. Oh my god. I'm putting the Apollo in apologetic. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I was surprised that you didn't just change the topic. I'm an opinionated cat girl. So, yeah. If I co-stream, I'm gonna be giving my opinion on things, and there it is. I will give them credit and kudos. It is a lot of work to put something like that together. I really sincerely hope that they take constructive critique in for the future, for future things. If I were to showcase stuff that I know that is upcoming, it would definitely not be to the same level of production value that they were trying to put into it. There's a lot of there's a lot of moving parts to do something like that, and it is more difficult than you would think to have an entertaining discussion, especially between 5 different people. I think the next one that they do should do maximum 2 hours. It's not Lord of the Rings. I feel like maximum 2 hours. Maximum 3 people, exactly. They can swap the people in and out. If you don't want to have the same people hosting the entire time, that's completely fine. Swap them out. But yeah. Anyways, so for the YouTube side, you are going over to Gigi. She's playing Hunky Star Rail. And YouTube is going over to Wrath, who is playing through Final Fantasy XIV completely solo by himself alone. He crafts all the stuff himself. Nobody is allowed to help him. He can't use market boards or anything. And he is currently trying to get past a roadblock that's going to take him probably like 100 hours. He has to do everything perfect. And 14's been DDoSed recently, so I guess he's having fun with that too. Twitch is going to wrath. Sorry. YouTube's getting GG. Yeah. Anyways, for those of you who are new here, there's another stream tomorrow. It'll be less frustrating. It might be more. It'll be more entertaining for you. Maybe more frustrating for me. It depends on how haha I'm a funny little girl Pint is. We'll find out. Anyways, every stream there's 100 head pats available. Show up to stream on time to get them. There's only 100 because we do this manually. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 51, 52, 53, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 80, 81, 82, 83, 4, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100 head bunks taken care of. I do feel kind of bad for talking over a whole bunch of the show. I feel like if you do come to my streams, expect if there's a reaction type of thing or a co-stream, I am going to be yapping over them the whole time. I'm not sorry. That's what I do. Bye! I'm going to eat. I'm so hungry right now.